District Court is now in session. The Honorable Amanda H. Steckenberg presiding.
Thank you. You may be seated. All right, I am checking some of our technical specifications first. I want to ensure that courtroom A, where we do have overflow, is able to hear me. It appears that that has been unmuted. We have a number of participants on Zoom this afternoon.
You will need to unmute this guy.
If anyone in courtroom A cannot hear me, someone should double check and come and let me know. Court is calling the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Brian William Keely, case 24-60116FY. Counsel, your appearances for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Oronde Patterson, representing the people. First name spelled O-R-O-N-D-E. Last name Patterson. P number is 57211.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Erica Tucson on behalf of the people, P5683.
Thank you, counsel.
Mark Chris, honored to be here representing Detective Sergeant Keely. It's 59274.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Steve Schultz, 63177. I'm with Mr. Curtis's office.
Welcome, counsel. Welcome, Mr. Keely. This is Mr. Keely's third appearance in this court on this matter. And it is a matter about which I know the majority seated here have deeply held opinions. So each time I have called this case, I have acknowledged that it is likely to draw strong emotions from both sides. And so once again, I'd like to remind all of those present that if your emotions overwhelm you during the course of testimony today and you are unable to remain in the courtroom without disrupting the day's proceedings, you are invited to excuse yourself at any point, and then you may calmly return. Any person who intentionally disturbs the proceeding will be escorted from the courtroom by security and not allowed to return. Today is the date and time set for a preliminary examination. First, I must ask, was any plea bargain extended by the prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Keely, you have the right to have a preliminary examination. Is it your choice to proceed with the scheduled proceeding today or to waive to have this matter bound up to the circuit court?
I wish to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Keely. The preliminary examination, you may be seated. The preliminary examination is a hearing where it is the people's burden to prove that there is probable cause to believe a felony was committed and that the defendant committed it. The function of the district court is to hear testimony and to weigh the credibility of witnesses and determine if the prosecution has presented evidence that would lead a reasonable person, a person of ordinary prudence and caution, to conscientiously entertain a reasonable belief that the defendant could be guilty. Before we begin, are there any requested stipulations or other matters of concern to be raised? Mr. Patterson.
Judge, I believe there is one stipulation, and that would be to the identification of the individual in this particular case, that being Mr. Samuel Sterling, as it relates to the autopsy.
Thank you. Mr. Curtis.
That is a correct stipulation, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any other matters, Mr. Patterson?
People would just make a motion to sequester. I don't believe there are any witnesses for the people in the courtroom, but we would just make a motion to sequester. Any witnesses who may be testifying either today or any future proceeding step out to the hallway.
Thank you. And you would like them to remain separated in the hallway as well, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. That's correct.
All right. Mr. Curtis, any objection?
No objection. Can I talk to Mr. Patterson real quick?
Briefly? You are very welcome. Mr. Curtis, were there any items of concern the defense would raise at this time?
Your Honor, we will, and I anticipate the answer, but we will request an adjournment in this matter. One of the reasons for that is, as you are aware, is pending in the federal jurisdiction. The federal court did issue an order last week. Basically, it said that it found that on the face it did meet the requirements for removal. It has set it for an evidentiary hearing in federal court on August 21st at 9 a.m. And I tried to address that issue with the Attorney General's office. They did not agree to the stipulation. As we have discussed in prior court cases, there is not an order from the federal court at this point in time directing that the state court come to close. However, if for judicial economy and to move forward, I just wanted to ask the court for an adjournment in order to move that, to wait until after that evidentiary hearing and after the court issued that order for removal. But I understand, but I needed to make that motion for the record, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. And would the people like to be heard?
Only from the standpoint that we would object to an adjourned, Judge. Mr. Curtis is correct that a evidentiary hearing is scheduled to occur in federal court on August 21st. I would note also that the federal judge for that evidentiary hearing is aware of today's proceedings. In theory, could have stayed these proceedings. And the statute allows this court to proceed as long as there's not any final entry on the merits of the case itself, which there wouldn't be for this particular hearing. The statute clears the path for us to proceed, and the people would like to proceed as scheduled.
Thank you. And as I have previously stated, as I interpret the statute, in the absence of an order of removal to federal court, this matter proceeds in the state court. And I do believe, because of all of the resources that have been placed into today's proceeding, Mr. Curtis, judicial economy requires that we do go forward. And so we will proceed at this time in the absence of that order to remove, but of course I appreciate your motion for the record. And at this time, I believe, Mr. Patterson, you may call your first witness.
Judge, just for purposes of knowing where I should stand, is it okay to be at this table or that podium or both? How does it work?
Well, I tell you what, two things. First, I heard, and I think we all assumed the answer to your motion to sequester. I would ask if there are any witnesses in the courtroom that they step out. All witnesses are to be sequestered during these proceedings, which means they are not to listen to the testimony and not to discuss the matter during the pendency of these proceedings. And so that is this court's order to sequester witnesses. And Mr. Patterson, as to where you would like to stand, your co-counsel asked me earlier as well, should she be there or at the lectern, and really it is a matter of comfort for you. If it is easier for you to use the materials you have laid out in front of you there, the court does not have a preference either way. You may stand at table or you may come to the lectern, either one.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
And I do believe that Ms. Tussar was able to adequately test our technology for purposes of presenting exhibits, yes?
I did earlier, we have a little problem, but I believe we're okay with Mr. Patterson's laptop.
Okay. And for the defense, if you provide any exhibits, there is an HDMI cable there. You may plug into your own personal device. Those are going to show on all of the smaller screens in the courtroom. Not here because that is our Zoom interface. But if you do have any difficulties with the tech, please let us know. All right, Mr. Patterson.
Judge, first I would like to proceed with what has been marked as proposed exhibit number 1. It is the autopsy report done by Dr. David A. Stark, last name spelled S-T-A-R-T. The medical examiner report number is SF-24-000107. Dr. David Stark did an autopsy on Mr. Samuel Sterling on or about April 18, 2024 at about 8:30 a.m. Dr. David Stark's report states that the cause of death in this particular case is multiple blunt force injuries, the manner of death being accident. And I would move for the admission of the autopsy report under MCL 766.11D.
Mr. Curtis?
By statute, Your Honor, he is correct, it is allowed to be admitted.
And so the people's proposed exhibit 1 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
May we call our first witness?
You may. Good afternoon, sir. You're going to proceed right here to the witness stand. And if you could raise your right hand for me, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat. Counsel, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Ross Eagan, ROSSEAGAN.
And Mr. Eagan, are you employed?
I am with the City of Wyoming Police Department.
And how long have you been officer with the City of Wyoming?
Approximately 16 and a half years.
And can you tell the court your current assignment?
Yes, I'm a detective sergeant at the department and also supervising a multi-jurisdictional team referred to as the Metro Pattern Crime Team, composes of detectives from Kent County, Kentwood, and Wyoming.
And does that assignment or what you're in charge of currently, does that include participating in some type of apprehension team?
An element of our team is apprehension. We are both an investigative and apprehension team.
All right, let me direct your attention to the date of April 17, 2024. Were you working that day?
I was.
And in the course of your occupation, were you working on that day in apprehension or doing something else?
Apprehension that day, sir.
Was there a particular person that you were looking to apprehend?
Yes, that was Samuel Sterling.
Now, in the course of trying to apprehend Samuel Sterling, was this part of a team?
Like part of...
Was it part of a team that was looking to apprehend the individual?
Correct. It was a team. We had requested the services from the Marshal team to assist us.
So approximately how many people were part of this team that were looking to apprehend Samuel Sterling?
I believe approximately 8 or 9 to the best of my knowledge.
And were you looking to apprehend Samuel Sterling based on some existing warrant?
Yes, there were 6 active warrants for him.
And the warrants that were active, what were those warrants?
I believe 2 were active felony or violent felony warrants. One was for a domestic incident involving a handgun and threats in the city of Kentwood in 2023. Another one was another domestic assault and larceny in the city of Grand Rapids. 2 others were probation violation warrants with, I believe, original felony charges, and then 2 were misdemeanor bench warrants, if I'm not mistaken.
The felony warrants that you referenced, was that for carrying a concealed weapon?
Yes, that was one of the charges on the Kentwood incident in 2023.
And the other, you said it was, did you say it was 2 felony warrants?
Yeah, the first 2 we believe were 2 active felony warrants. The other was a Grand Rapids incident as well.
We discussed the CCW. What exactly was the other warrant?
The one out of Grand Rapids?
Yes.
That was, I believe, a domestic assault incident with a child mother and a larceny incident.
Was there a debriefing to discuss the plan as to how the apprehension would take place?
There was a briefing, yes.
About what time, well, let me back up, was this debriefing on April 17th?
It was.
And can you tell the court about what time the debriefing took place?
I think it was around 8 a.m. that morning.
And were all the individuals who were participating in the actual attempt to apprehend, were they part of or present for that debriefing?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know a person named Brian Keely?
Yes, Sergeant Keely.
And was Mr. Keely present for that debriefing?
I believe so.
And do you see Brian Keely here in court today?
I do.
Could you,
Let's stipulate to identification that the person sitting to my right is Detective Sergeant Brian Keely.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. The record will reflect the stipulated identification.
thank you. The debriefing, how long did that take?
I would say approximately half hour, 45 minutes maybe.
And at the debriefing, was there surveillance being already conducted on Mr. Samuel Sterling?
There was electronic surveillance, yes, sir.
And when you say electronic, are we talking about some type of camera?
Yes, sir.
And this camera was situated, or kind of stationed where?
I believe it was on Kimball, which is at the intersection of 52nd and Kimball, facing south, and showed a driveway to the address where we believe Mr. Sterling was at.
And so the camera was pointed at some location that you believe Mr. Sterling was at, or you knew him to be there?
At that time, we knew him to be there, we believe, yes.
And were you, is this a camera that you're watching from some office, or are you out there at the location? How is this working?
At that point, we were watching it in our office.
And how long had you been watching Mr. Samuel Sterling?
Through electronic surveillance or overall, or
On that particular day, through the surveillance?
we began surveilling about the time we started the meeting, around 8 a.m.
And did there come a time where either you or your team observed Mr. Sterling himself?
There was, we observed him in the driveway of the residence there.
And were you able to observe how he was dressed?
Yes, sir.
During the course of your surveillance, were you looking for things that he may have had in his possession, such as weapons?
We always try to monitor that on subjects that we're looking to investigate or apprehend.
Okay. And on this particular day, when you actually laid eyes on Mr. Sterling, did you see any weapons in his hand?
We did not observe any weapons in his hand.
I didn't hear you.
Sorry, we did not observe any weapons in his hand.
Okay. From the time that you observed Mr. Sterling outside the residence, how long are you seeing him outside?
The best I can remember, he would go in and out of the house, during our brief before we left the PD. So on and off for that 30 minutes, 45 minutes, or hour that we were briefing.
Okay. And did there come a time when Mr. Sterling left that location?
There was.
And do you recall approximately what time he left the location?
I believe at that time was around the 11 a.m. hour. Not positive, but that's the best of my recollection, was around 11 a.m. that morning.
And we're still talking about April 17th?
April 17th, yes.
Okay. When he left the location, did he leave on foot or in a vehicle?
He left in a vehicle.
When he left in the vehicle, do you recall the type of vehicle?
It was a white Chevy SUV Equinox, I believe.
And when he left in the vehicle, did he leave by himself or was there a passenger?
At that time, there was an unidentified female passenger.
When you saw, was Mr. Sterling the driver or the passenger itself?
He was the driver.
And when you saw Mr. Sterling get in the vehicle, did you or any of your team observe him to have a weapon on his person or put a weapon in the car itself?
No, not to our knowledge.
From that location where Mr. Sterling left from, were you able to follow his location?
Yes, at that point, we had left the office and were set up in the area in Kentwood, so he was surveilled away from his location, or the house he was at.
Okay. If you recall, Detective Eagan, was there any type of monitoring or surveillance device on Mr. Sterling's vehicle itself?
Yes, there was also a tracking device on that vehicle.
So your team was able to not only keep your eyes on them, but you were also able to track the location of the vehicle by some type of device.
That is correct.
And did you track or do you know Mr. Sterling's next location, his next stop?
Yes, he was tracked to the Speedway gas station there on the northeast corner of 52nd and Eastern.
And how many members of the team go to that particular location?
Initially, there were only a few, but then we started to move more into the area. So again, we're up to the, I believe, 8, 9 approximately, best kind of approximate guess at this time.
And what was the thought process once Mr. Sterling is at the gas station?
Usually these are, as occurred, these are rapidly evolving situations, and our goal was not to have him driving the vehicle based on the fleeing eludes that we believed he would conduct, the harm that would come from a vehicle fleeing. The goal was to attempt apprehension with him on foot and basically surround him there to prevent any type of vehicle fleeing incident. And
can you tell the court approximately how many vehicles are in the area that encompass your team? Like, how many vehicles are we talking about?
7, 8 or so.
Was Mr. Brian Keely there at the gas station?
I was unaware of where he'd be, but I believe he was in the area. As far as his exact location relative to that gas station, I'm not aware or unsure of specific.
Okay. At the gas station, did you see Mr. Samuel Sterling get out of his vehicle?
I did. I observed him.
And can you tell the court what Mr. Sterling was doing once he got out of the vehicle?
So we parked on the west side of the parking lot there next to the air filtration or air tire kind of filler station. It appeared that he was either checking his tires or perhaps filling up air in the tires on the driver's side of the vehicle.
And while he's checking the air on his, or presumably checking the tires, was any type of decision made by you or your team?
Your Honor, at this point I'm going to object. I've kind of let it go for a little bit, but I think the detective sergeant was able to establish in the beginning of his testimony that he is part of MPAC, which is a separate team from the U.S. Marshal's office. And Mr. Patterson has put them all together at some point in time, so I'm going to ask for more clarity by the witness as, and this is my objection, is that there be more clarity because we're clarifying using 2 teams, but we're lumping them all into one, and the witness testified that he is not part of the U.S. Marshal's task force, that there are 2 separate teams that are out there operating, so I'm asking that we just try to keep that clear at this point, because I think we're getting lost.
Thank you. And so really you're simply asking for more clarity, not necessarily an objection that would lead to anything being withdrawn. If you could, please rephrase a couple of your questions, Mr. Patterson, to
Yes,
make sure
Your Honor.
we have a clear record.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Detective Eagan, out there at the gas station, I believe you were testifying or did testify that Mr. Sterling outside of his vehicle, is that correct?
That is correct.
When he is outside of his vehicle, what decision did you and or the members of your team impact? What was decided?
There was communication over the radio between multiple team members that Mr. Sterling was outside of his vehicle, and that would present an opportune time to attempt the apprehension there because we could collectively get in quick enough to prevent him from getting into his vehicle and fleeing. Radio traffic was made to say, let's attempt that. We waited for multiple other personnel, whether it's the Marshal team or Impact, to come into the area, so we had what we believe was sufficient personnel. Once we're in the area, the plan was made over the air to 2 cars to come in and box in the front and rear of Mr. Sterling's vehicle, while the rest of us also came into the area to attempt any type of flight or prevent any type of flight on foot.
Okay. And just so the record is clear, when we talk about the team impact, can you tell the court before we get back into the events of that day, what is impact?
It's the acronym, and I did not make it up, it's the Metropolitan Pattern Crime Team. So,
And you're part of Impact, correct?
I'm the supervisor of the team, yes, sir.
And you were the supervisor of the team on that particular day?
I was.
Okay. And were you given the instructions on how to proceed as relates to whether to make the move to try and apprehend, stand down, those type of directions?
Are you asking if I was given directions?
Or if not you, then who?
So with me being the supervisor of the operation, working with both Impact personnel, Marshall personnel, these are experienced individuals. Ideas are discussed either in a briefing or on the radio. Any decision that I would not be okay with, I would have said no. So when the decision was made over the air between multiple team members to move in, if I had a concern with it, I would have got on the radio and said, we wait or do not do this.
Okay. And you mentioned it a couple times now. There were members of the U.S. Marshals who were present as well, part of this team to apprehend.
We had requested the Marshall Task Force in the area to assist us with this apprehension.
Okay, and did they in fact assist with this apprehension on April 17, 2024?
They did assist, yes.
Okay. Did vehicles in fact move in to box in Mr. Sterling's vehicle?
They did.
And when those vehicles moved in to box him in, was Mr. Sterling still outside of the vehicle?
He was.
And what happened upon Mr. Sterling's vehicle being boxed in?
When he was boxed in by the vehicles, Mr. Sterling looked around for a split second or so to gather what was happening. He then immediately started sprinting south through the gas station parking lot towards 52nd.
And what did you do at that particular time?
During the when the vehicles moved in to prevent Mr. Sterling's vehicle, I had pulled up to the west end of the property. Basically, I was on Eastern, on the sidewalk. My vehicle had moved in to prevent any flight of him escaping to the west. So then I followed him on foot.
You followed him on foot?
Correct. I pursued him on foot.
Okay.
Mhm.
And can you state in kind of detail the kind of pattern or the direction or route you took to follow Mr. Sterling on foot?
Yes, I pursued him on foot south across 52nd into the come and go parking lot, which is on the south side of 52nd. I believe he then started to cut to the southwest of the Kentucky Fried Chicken business right there, which is just south of the come and go, along the west side of the Kentucky Fried Chicken business. When we got to the Kentucky Fried, or the KFC, it's easier to say there, he then started sprinting, continued to sprint actually to the southeast towards the Burger King business there.
And when you say he, we're still talking about Mr. Sterling?
Yes, sorry, we are still talking about Mr. Sterling.
Okay. And then you stated he started running towards or sprinting towards the Burger King. Is that correct?
That is correct. Sprinting, going back and forth, zigzagging, I guess, kind of moving here in the chair, but sprinting, trying to evade capture, and then sprinted to the northeast corner of the parking lot, or not parking lot, sorry, the Burger King, and started running down the east side, which would be the drive-through side.
Okay. Now, how many individuals besides yourself are also getting chased on foot?
I believe multiple individuals. I do believe, I wasn't there, that several law enforcement personnel remained at the initial scene of the vehicle boxing. There is at least 4 to 5, trying to remember my body cam video, 4 to 5 other either individuals or along with vehicles trying to pursue Mr. Sterling.
And were there any members of the team, either Impact or the Marshals, that were pursuing by vehicle?
Yes, we had 2 members in one of the vans that is associated with Impact pursuing him, and then also a marked MSP cruiser, I believe, along with a couple other unmarked police vehicles.
Did you see anything occur at the Burger King?
I did.
And what did you see there?
As Mr. Sterling was running south along the east side of the business there in the drive-through, saw a vehicle come in contact with him, pinning Mr. Sterling up against the wall.
And Is this the wall of the Burger King?
It is.
Do you recall the type of vehicle that came in contact with Mr. Sterling at that Burger King?
I would have to maybe refer to a report, but it was a Hyundai. It was an SUV vehicle.
And do you know or can you tell the court who was driving that vehicle?
I believe Sergeant Keely was.
And is that Sergeant Keely, Brian Keely, that's here in court today?
Yes, sir.
How close are you to the Burger King when you see the vehicle come into contact with Mr. Sterling?
If we're kind of using that wall here in the courtroom as a barometer, I'd say within proximity, probably that wall or maybe a few feet beyond. So we're talking 20, 30 feet at most, maybe.
Just
Sorry.
does that sound about right, Counselor? About 20 feet, 25 feet?
Yeah, I think it's a guess, so.
Looks like about 25 feet to me.
I can't take judicial notice of the size of the room because I have actually no knowledge of how wide the room is.
Yes, sure.
We are saying some 25 to 30 feet. Is that what counsel believes, or what the witness is testifying?
I mean, I'm testifying that my body cam will show, however, it'll show you the view of the distance between me and where Mr. Sterling was at the Burger King there. So I'm just guessing based off my memory and body
Curtis?
cam.
It's almost as if the best answer is, Judge, I don't know.
I think, I cannot speak for the witness, but we've heard what he had to say, Mr. Patterson, and you can move on.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You mentioned body worn camera. Were you wearing a body worn camera that day?
I was.
And this camera, can you just describe and just talk briefly for the record, what is that particular camera?
It's a standard body worn camera provided by Axon that we wear during our duty, when we're out there either on investigations or apprehension, basically any contact that we might have during investigation or apprehension.
And did you have your camera on that day?
I did.
And was the camera on prior to you starting the chase of Mr. Sterling?
It was on prior to the foot chase of Mr. Sterling, yes.
And does it stay on until you either turn it off? I mean, does it cut off by itself? How does that work?
No, I turned it off after the incident manually.
Prior to you getting on the stand today, did you have an opportunity to review body-worn camera footage?
Yes, I did review my body worn camera footage.
And did I show you in a conference room somewhere in this building, People's Proposed Exhibit number 14?
If that is the video that we watched in the conference room, then yes.
And did you watch the camera footage from the beginning to the end?
Yes, I did.
And was the camera footage an accurate copy of your body-worn camera footage as it occurred out there on that particular day?
Yes.
People would move to admit Proposed Exhibit number 14.
Mr. Curtis, you have observed People's Proposed Exhibit 14?
I don't know which part it is, because
We don't have a timestamp? Or is it the entirety of the video?
It's the entire video, which I think is like 4 minutes long.
All right.
I believe it was closer to 11 minutes.
Well, do we need to take a brief recess so council can ensure that they are talking about the same video, or shall we?
yeah, the only reason I'm asking is because I was provided with several videos, and there were 2 different videos by this witness. One that had been, there's 2.
Okay.
So,
Well, before we publish, of course, we want to ensure that we know what we're talking about and there's no objection to it. Council, let's take a brief recess. I'm not going to leave the bench. You can just head out into the hallway to one of our conference rooms and ensure we're talking about the same thing.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
thank you.
Thank you. Yes, turn off your microphones, otherwise it will be heard in the courtroom. All right, thank you, counsel. We'll go back on the record in the matter of the people of the State of Michigan versus Brian Keely, case 24-60116FY. Were you able to then clarify which video that Mr. Patterson is moving for admittance at this time?
Yes,
And is there any objection?
no, Your Honor.
All right, and so People's Proposed Exhibit 14, which is a video of either 4 or 11 minutes length, Mr. Patterson?
So, Judge, I said 4 minutes because another video that we have is 4 minutes. This one is actually 10 minutes and 44 seconds.
All right, and so that will be then admitted into evidence, and you may publish at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're playing it on the podium or at the table?
It should hook up to all.
Yes, but which HDMI cable are you using? The one there?
The one from the computer.
Okay, so then that is at plaintiff's PC. Tell me when this comes on, if that's what you have it pulled up?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you seeing it, Ms. Yoder? I certainly am not.
BC.
There you go. Okay.
Chris, play again.
You may, and for the media, that should be showing up right there. Yes, you may play. Mr. Vandermeer, you want to swing that one around for the jury too? That might be helpful as well. Or for the media. In the jury box. Although we were back to black screen. If you'd like to try the lectern, you could try here as well, unless you think it's a problem with the PC itself. All right. I believe we are seeing what we need to see.
comes around the west side of the lot, facing north. He's at the driver's side rear wheel right now. I had to make the turn, and I'm going to be 10. Driver door is open, so you'll be able to get back into it pretty quick.
I got eyes on him right now. He is he's going back in the vehicle here. Stand by. He's messing with his tires still. Driver's side rear.
I'm in the area.
He'll likely be able to jump in his vehicle pretty quick. He's crouched down. Driver's side, which will be west side. Bumping up pure speed, his tire there.
Council, I'm going to ask you to pause that, if you could.
You may be eligible for no-cost health insurance. That's right. You can qualify for no-cost health insurance.
I've been made aware that the individuals who are observing in courtroom A are not able to see that. And so I'm going to quickly see if there's a way I can make that happen. Thank you.
You should be able to share on Zoom.
I share on Zoom by sharing my screen.
It's showing,
Let's confirm this.
you have to at least put it up there again so that we can see.
Could you now just, well, hold on. Let's see if this works. Is that working? We're going to get a confirmation. What?
Blue screen over there right now, blue screen.
My guess is it's that screen that's up above all the Zoom.
Well. I'm not sure I know how to resolve that. Because it's on my screen. My webcam? Oh, that's an option too, I guess. There we go. Try this. Are they seeing it now?
It's a small screen. It looks like it's there, Your Honor.
It's small screen, but that may be
On the
what
right
we...
corner, that's where it's at.
Can't see the video.
No. That's your desktop.
Well, but I'm trying to use my so I'm sharing my screen now, and my screen is going to be what they play in just a second. think it may be that if they change the change the settings in there to go from gallery view to speaker view, then they'll get what they need. But I'll have to leave that to those in courtroom A to figure out. Yeah, good? Okay. All right, I believe we can proceed. Thank you.
Can I start where we are, Judge? or
I would
back
think
up?
that you may start from where we are, as this, we have not seen anything substantive.
Covers costs for things like doctor's visits and prescription medications. Call now for free to see if your income level and zip code qualifies you for zero-cost health insurance. Plus, see if you qualify for a cash card where you could earn up to $500.
Like he's crouched down, like on his phone right there.
577-9178 right now to see if you and your family qualify for no-cost health insurance. But call us free, and it takes just minutes.
Fucking Luther coming in, cell phone. George is at the intersection, facing westbound.
800-577-9178.
If someone can pull in and get the back, I can get the front. Let me know. Yeah, I can. Is there a wall person that can get south? I'm working my way through that. Okay, I see you moving when you're ready. I'll talk to you. Okay, I'm rolling. Central's Luke. Alright, moving. About 50 seconds, after 50 seconds. Shirley, get paid to the air right now! You're not getting paid! Shirley! Towards the Burger King! Burger King! Shirley, you're on the ground right now! Get on south. Come get ambulance here. I'm going to south. 2020 West. 2020, guys. We are at Eastern 54 South of Burger King. We need medical started for a suspect. Do we have a med one right now, please? Eastern South of 54? Correct. Southeast side at the Burger King event. Again, med one, please. All officers are at 10-4. Copy. Possible leg. Officers 10-4. All officers at 10-4. Possible leg fracture suspect. 10-4. All officers are 10-4. Can you confirm, Jordan? Yeah. Does he need more bodies back there, Jordan? Hey, Chuck. Can you check the good back up there to Speedway? Yeah. I got multiple units. Okay. Medical started. 2020, do you need any more units there? Negative. We are 10-4. We have county and MSP with us. Kentwood's roll up to you, it looks like. Again, one ambulance is fine for suspects and all officers 10-4. 2020 Marjorie, med 1. Kenwood Fire. Copy. We are on the east side of the Burger King in the drive-thru lane. Jeff, are you good? I'm gonna get my car. Get back. Actually, no, I'm gonna hold here.
You want us to go get it?
Yeah, keys are in. Yeah, that's what it is. Hey Sam, you got medical wrap before he started, man. You're good.
Alright, just be like for it.
There's you good.
Yeah, just try to lay as still as you can.
Samuel, what hurts exactly?
My back.
Just your back? Do your legs hurt at all? What's that?
My back.
Your back? Okay. Don't move, man. Your medical starting for you.
I'll do it. Here comes. Just relax. Just catch your breath.
Yeah, just breathe. Don't move, man. Don't be out of experience. We don't want you moving your back, you know?
Right now, try not to move. Just focus on your breathing, alright? You guys just said you don't want to grab my truck, make sure it's being driven by somebody else.
I got my
Hey, Swerve. Swerve, you secure my vehicle? Just pull it up next to yours.
Yeah, just lay down, man.
Just stay down.
Yeah,
Alright, we don't want you moving around, alright? It's just to prevent, if you have any injuries, to prevent them from getting worse, so just chill out, right?
Just my hands for a second. We'll have some.
Bro, I can't. That's what I'm saying, just lay your back.
You take these bands off.
No, medical's right here. They're rolling up.
Right here, they're gonna take care of you. Just hold on tight.
Tires all up right here. Can you guys move for a second? What's that? Chase so bad? What's that? Chase that real bad? Is it Dusty? So he got things in the wall. He is conscious, mobile, moving on the ground. His cuffs are in front. Says his back hurts. Cuffs need to stay on. Doing the best he can. He's wanted by the phone. So, his name is pushing the wall by that vehicle right there. Okay, man. Yeah, oh yeah. Did he get bumped? Did he bump him into the building, or did he actually get kicked into the vehicle and the building? Both. Is that running up for yes. His name is Mr. Sterling. His name was conscious. I tried to ask him about his legs. He hasn't mentioned him, but he says his back keeps hurting. So anyway, we got some better meeting here. Sit up or lay down?
Sit up.
What hurts?
My bone.
First name?
Sterling.
Sterling.
I can't even think, bro. Please help me.
What hurts?
Please help me.
Are you hit with this car?
I have no idea. Correct.
Against the wall?
This is correct, yes.
Okay, alright.
Please help me. Please help me.
I called out Med 1 to start as well.
We didn't know this was a police chase, right? We just got it was a car accident.
Gotcha.
Obviously, somewhere there's communications out there.
Hey, degrees. You just stand by, just to security for a second. Cool.
Sergeant, proceed?
Yes, you may.
Detective Eagan, was that an accurate copy of the body-worn camera that captured this particular situation on that day?
Yes, it was.
I just have a few more questions. After Mr. Sterling was on the ground, was he checked for weapons?
I believe he was by other detectives, but I did not check him for weapons.
All right. Do you have any information or do you have anything in your file that indicates any weapons were found either prior, before, or after this happened?
I believe no weapons were found.
Say that again?
I have no indication any weapons were found.
Okay. The address where the Burger King is located, would that be 5260 Eastern Avenue?
It's on the east side of the road, and that I would agree with that. I don't know that address off the top of my head, but that would be accurate, I believe.
And the city where this occurred?
City of Kentwood.
Kentwood. At the time where Mr. Sterling was struck by the vehicle, was it raining at that time?
I don't believe it was raining at that moment, no.
That's all I have for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Should I just unplug here? Or
You
maybe just
may.
leave it here?
If you believe that you will reuse it, you may leave it there, although Mr. Curtis
I don't
may.
need it.
You don't need it? All right, then leave it there. I've turned it to black screen. Everyone should be seeing a black screen.
Good afternoon, Detective Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
If I heard right, you've been employed for 16 years?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And how long of that 16 years was as a road off? Has it been with the department the entire time?
It has been with the Wyoming Department of Public Safety the entire time.
Okay. How long of that were you a road officer?
12 years.
Okay. So for 12 years, you were an officer working the road in full uniform and cruiser, correct?
For 12 years, I was an officer and then a sergeant as well within those 12 years on the road.
Okay. And in that 12 years that you were on the road, how many suspects or individuals do you think that you pursued on foot trying to attempt arrest on them?
I would, north of 100, that's a guess though. And so, yes, quite a few.
How many have you been involved in where it's multiple officers involved in a foot chase of a suspect?
Again, north of quite a large number, but quite a few, yes.
And in those instances with multiple officers involved in a foot pursuit, in your cruiser and your patrol capacity, how many times were officers in vehicles pursuing or also involved in that foot pursuit?
Again, not every time, but a number, quite a few. And so,
It's almost if it's a routine practice at the point in time if somebody's fleeing on foot and there's multiple officers involved.
you can cover more ground in a cruiser or a vehicle trying to, get ahead, parallel, cut off that kind of thing. So yes, it is not uncommon.
So let's talk about so you've been with MPAC for 4 years now?
2 years. I've been a detective sergeant for 4. The team was formed 2 years ago, and I was there at the inception of the team. So 2.
What is the goal of MPAC? What's its objective?
So there are a couple. One part of it is investigating cross-jurisdictional and pattern crimes throughout Kent County, Wyoming, Kentwood. That obviously falls into Grand Rapids as well. One of those objectives within that is also looking at individuals who have multiple cross-jurisdictional warrants, active felony warrants, and that have become causing either additional incidents with patrol, as in whether it's flee and elude, assaults, that kind of thing, that we will then look at and see if we would then basically call a workup. We'll start working that subject up to see if that's someone we'd want to apprehend.
So your unit isn't one that's just out picking people up on traffic warrants or a simple one assault and battery warrant, correct?
We have never done that, no.
Your team focuses on high-level, violent and/or dangerous people?
We focus both on felony, property, and also violent crime individuals, yes. And so,
how long has your team, MPACT, been trying to locate and apprehend Samuel Sterling?
we were first made aware of an incident that Sterling was a suspect in back in late January of that year, so 2.5, almost 3 months prior to the April 17th incident.
And what incident was that drew your attention?
Objection. relevance unless that's a warrant. I mean, unless we're talking about a warrant, I don't know how that's relevant.
Well,
Mr.
Mr.
Curtis.
Patterson had a long leeway of asking what he was involved, what he was looking for Mr. Sterling and Mr. Sterling's history and what was going on, and the witness even testified as to the facts of one of those warrants. So I'm trying to establish the fact that MPAC finally got to the point, and after apprehending Mr. Sterling, that they had to go to the U.S. Marshal Service. I think it's very relevant to show the state of mind of my client and what was happening at that point in time. This wasn't a simple, warrant that they were looking for. They had attempted to apprehend him themselves and went to the Marshal Service for help. I can rephrase the question and cover it all in briefing because I'm sure we talked about it all in briefing.
Mr. Patterson?
I believe I asked about active warrants that Mr. Sterling may have had, and there's been no foundation that Mr. Keely is aware of any and all investigations regarding Samuel Sterling. And so therefore it wouldn't be relevant.
Well, something drew his attention, something that he became aware of. I'm going to overrule the objection. You may proceed, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you, Your Honor. What was the incident that drew your team's attention?
We were made aware of an incident again, I believe it was January 20th or around that date, of a vehicle fleeing from an attempted traffic stop with the Kentwood Police Department. Fled at a high rate of speed in the city of Kentwood. The plate on that car came back to a rental vehicle. That rental came back to an Andrika Cage at 5211 Crestmore. Officers went to that address, attempted contact there. They ran, typical when I was on the road, I do the same thing, see who else comes back to that address per Michigan Secretary of State. A individual, Mr. Sterling, came back and they obviously were made aware of his warrants. They made contact there with Ms. Cage, I believe. She said yes, the vehicle was rented to her but had no idea who would be driving it, and said Mr. Sterling was not in the residence and would not allow officers inside.
Okay. So at that point in your time, your team goes into action to try to find and locate Mr. Sterling over time?
Correct. At that point, we started to make an effort to make a location and apprehension plan for Mr. Sterling.
Again, Judge, I would place an objection again. Mr. Curtis asked about a fleeing elude charge, and then it turns out that there's no indication that Mr. Sterling was the one driving that particular vehicle. They went to the location, they spoke to the individual that rented the car, but there's been no evidence that Mr. Samuel Sterling was driving that particular car. And yet they're using this as a basis to, so I'm just asking the court that we stay tight to what the warrants are as opposed to speculation by the officers. There's been no indication put on that Samuel Sterling was driving that particular vehicle a couple months prior to this incident that happened on the 17th.
I do not think that the officer is currently speculating. Your objection is noted for the record. At this time, I'm going to allow Mr. Curtis to proceed. You may re-raise your objection again
Thank you, Your Honor.
if he goes out of line, but let's listen.
Yes, Your Honor.
So at some point in time, does your team try to locate and apprehend Mr. Sterling on your own?
Throughout the time, we started to develop intelligence on where he might be based on electronic surveillance that was mentioned, also surveillance. With the perception that we believe he was involved in fleeing elude incident, along with his active violent felony warrants, we are a 4-person team. We don't just want to just jump out and try to say, hey, see the heck what happens. There have been times in the past, including this one, that we do reach out to other entities, this time the Marshal Service, because we wanted the safest apprehension possible with the appropriate manpower.
So in the meantime, leading up to this point, did you install, and you testified to it earlier, did you have installed, not you personally installed, but did you have a pull cam installed near Mr. Sterling's residence?
Once we established the address on 52nd, yes, I believe, a request was made to install that electronic surveillance, the camera.
And how long in advance of the April 17th date did you make that request?
I do not know that was done by Detective Woolham. I know it was at least a approximate week or two, but the short answer would be is I don't know.
So in the meantime, you have the pull cam on the residence, correct?
That is correct.
And after it's installed, you then have access to the video feed from that camera.
That is correct.
Okay. And are you the one that's surveilling that camera or watching that camera, or does the whole MPAC team have access to it?
The entire impact team has access to the camera anytime we want to review footage.
Let's back up for a second because I want to clarify because we saw it somewhat from the video. The MPAC team, does it operate are you in full uniform?
We are in street clothes with outer carrier vests or ballistic vests with full police markings and badge.
Okay. Are your vehicles marked as police vehicles?
They are not.
Are they just regular standard street vehicles?
Mine is a standard street vehicle. The other two on the team are standard street vehicles with emergency lighting in the grill and windshield areas of the vehicles.
So in layman's terms, they're kind of undercover cars.
Maybe I'll get back to this too. Part of the goal of Impact and one of our missions is we are a surveillance-based unit. We are not undercover, but we are surveillance-based based on kind of what we're doing with our plainclothes and vehicles as well. So.
And based on you have the poll cam on the location of Mr. Sterling's home, you're conducting observations, correct?
That is correct.
During this time, are you developing information about Mr. Sterling as far as warrants and other intel that you can gather?
We are. We're trying to gather intelligence on Facebook, also his quote-unquote pattern of life. Again, we don't just see a subject, especially to what we believe the officer safety concerns with Mr. Sterling had, that we're just like, hey, let's just roll up in cars and just jump out and see what happens. We try to put together a plan that would be a successful apprehension. So developing that information.
And as part of that workup, you learned, I'm not going to ask you specifics at this point in time, but you learned information in regards to Mr. Sterling that caused concerns for officer safety and or other people's safety?
I was made aware by Detective Woolham, who's the detective on investigating him through Facebook. We were advised that there were images and or video of firearms with Mr. Sterling.
So based on this information that you had gathered and the warrants that were outstanding and your review of other police reports, did you then ask for, because you're the head of the team, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Did you then request the assistance of the U.S. Marshals Federal Task Force that is located here in West Michigan?
Yes, we did request their assistance. And
did you request that through the usual proper channels of requesting it through the forums and asking the Marshal Service to adopt this case?
No, we made a phone call.
Okay.
So.
But as far as you know, policies and procedures
yes,
follow.
Correct. Yes, this was not the first time we had reached out to the Marshal team. This was at least a half a dozen times before that we said this would require the assistance of this team, so we went through the appropriate channels of requesting that, yes.
Why do you request the Marshal Service over just calling get a bunch of units together in a cruiser and then go and try to conduct an apprehension?
Well, it's a case-by-case basis, and in this case, the Marshals team is also, my understanding, a surveillance-based unit to apprehend, fugitives. In my experience, both on my patrol level, especially down the past 2 years, is people that are evading police and wanted for felonies are, we call, checking around their shoulders, looking around, always making sure there's no police vehicles coming in. They didn't feel there's an opportune situation to just roll up some marked cruisers and see what would happen. So that's why we had requested the Marshal team to assist us.
Okay. And did the Marshals team agree and adopt that ability to assist you in the apprehension of Mr. Sterling?
They did.
And as you then on April 17th met with them in regards to conducting a plan for observing a potential apprehension of Mr. Sterling?
Correct. We requested them at our office at Wyoming Police Department for a briefing that morning.
Now let me ask you this question. Every day, is it like with your team or with your experience with the Marshal Service, is it we just jump in the cars and go and start watching, or do you have a briefing before you go out?
Typically, unless there's some exigent circumstance, if we have developed intel like we had on Mr. Sterling, we put a brief together and plan it with any personnel that we are meeting with to assist us, or we assist them. So.
Okay. And did that briefing take place?
It did.
And were you present at conducting that briefing?
I was present.
And did you help conduct that briefing?
I assisted with parts of it. It was run by Detective Woolham, who was on my team. And I assisted with either providing any clarifying information, but he had provided the workup on Mr. Sterling. And
the warrants, did you discuss, so members of the U.S. Marshals Task Force were present?
Yes.
Correct? And that is another multi-jurisdictional team,
yes,
as far as you're aware?
Yep.
And Detective Sergeant Keely was there?
Yes.
Along with other members from the task force?
Mm-hmm.
And you and the other detective conducted the briefing, correct?
Correct, yes.
In regards to Mr. Sterling's weapons, or any potential for weapons, what did you brief the team on?
What most notable was the Kentwood incident where arrest warrant was issued on a police report where I believe Mr. Sterling's father had contacted the police on threats that his son was making on a domestic assault incident. During that incident, it was reported that Mr. Sterling, the son, had a handgun in his possession and was threatening family members with it, brandished it, and also had physical contact with his father. Mr. Sterling then fled the scene, and prior to fleeing the scene, indicates in the lines of, I'm not going to go quietly if the cops find me, or I'm not going to go back to prison.
And you had briefed the task force, the impact, and the U.S. Marshals team on that fact.
That was part of information that was covered in the briefing.
Did you cover anything in regards to Facebook and what had been observed with Mr. Sterling in regards to weapons?
Detective Willem covered that, and he indicated the images and video intel of Mr. Sterling being armed with a firearm or firearms.
And had you discussed other movements or other issues in regards to Mr. Sterling, so the team was aware, the U.S. Marshals team was aware, in fact, of Mr. Sterling and how he behaved, or the belief that he had weapons?
His movements, like...
Bad question,
Yeah.
my part. Did you brief the team that was in that room on the fact of the belief that Mr. Sterling may have been in possession of a weapon?
We did brief on the information of a possibility that he would have a fire or weapons on him.
And what was that?
As far as his criminal history, warrants, Facebook intel, and the obviously domestic assault report from Kentwood.
Was there any surveillance by any of your impact team members that would cause you to believe that Mr. Sterling had a weapon?
I believe a couple days prior, on the electronic surveillance, the camera, Mr. Sterling was seen outside a vehicle, either right in the street side or driveway of that house on 52nd. On his side, in his pants, there was an imprint or a bulge in the pocket area that led us to believe that that could be a weapon, a handgun, similar to, actually I carry a weapon the same way in my pocket with a off-duty holster.
And why is that significant? Why would you brief the team on the observation of the weapon on Facebook, the fact of the statement by his father, that Mr. Samuel Sterling made about not going quietly, and the belief that he may have had a weapon? Why was that important to brief the team on that?
As in with all briefings, even both with patrol here and among our SWAT team for our department, we will indicate any and all information where weapons, notably firearms, could be in play because of we call them OSC, officer safety concerns. Anytime with history, potential information weapons, we want everyone to be aware that could be in play because we don't want people to get shot.
And you're also concerned at the point in time, not just for the officer's safety, but also for the safety of the individual that you're trying to apprehend, correct?
100% a safe apprehension is always our goal.
And you talked about the fact that you tried to apprehend Samuel Sterling outside of his vehicle.
That is correct.
Why didn't you try to apprehend him in his house?
That was discussed. We had discussed the concern with the weapons information that, and his likelihood of fleeing, that he'd flee back into the house and have possibly more readily access to weapons in the home. And at that time, we aren't TAC operator, TAC team operator. We don't have the barricaded vehicle. We don't have the shields to try to surround a house on basically, quote unquote, his turf would put, we believe, people at greater risk.
And the next question I would follow up with that is then why don't you try to do a traffic stop, get a marked cruiser, pull him over, do it that way?
Again, it comes back to information that we feel he would flee. And again, a vehicle fleeing is a great hazard. Now,
Let's fast forward to so you're doing this briefing, and at the point in time during the briefing, during the briefing at some point you become aware that Samuel Sterling is moving.
Prior to that, we had left the briefing and had moved into the area of 52nd and Eastern, 52nd and Kalamazoo to the east, just so we were ready for we call it a takeaway. So when the person leaves, we try to follow both electronically and through physical visual of the suspect leaving.
Now, when you say you go to the area, help me understand this, is that you're a surveillance unit, correct? So you're not supposed to be seen.
Correct.
And you're in the area, correct? Did any of the units go down the street that Mr. Sterling was living on at that time?
I am not sure. I'd have to clarify through the detection report, so I don't know.
But at some point in time, he gets in his vehicle and he starts moving, correct?
Correct. At that time, jog my memory, he was one of the detective units, an impact unit, was a two-man car. The passenger had electronic surveillance up on his laptop, and so observed Mr. Sterling getting in the car and then leaving.
Okay. And the impact team and the U.S. Marshals Task Force, are you on the same channel, the same radio freak?
We are on the same radio frequency.
Okay. And all this information is being communicated?
It is.
Now, are all of you together sitting in a parking lot waiting for him to leave, or how does that work?
No, based on the surveillance and number of personnel we had in place, we had people ready in case Mr. Sterling left to the west on 52nd or the east, and then also ready to move if he went north on Kalamazoo, south on Kalamazoo, and same on eastern, north or south. So kind of spread out over a quarter-mile area.
And that's routine procedure?
I would say so, yes.
So after he leaves the address and it's observed on the poll cam that he leaves. Is that when different units, different detectives start picking him up?
Yes, so I was staged at 52nd and Eastern, and that's when he parked at the Speedway. We started making plans, as you hear on the radio, other units start to kind of move into the area.
Now, let me ask you a question about your car, because I noticed something. Is that in your car you have 2 or 3 hats in the back of it? It looked like there were 2 different hats.
It's a messy
in the
car.
back. It looks like your lunch is in the passenger seat, correct?
That is correct.
Is it safe to say you guys pretty much are living out of those cars when you're working?
There are times we have spent countless hours, food, bathroom, changing outfits out in the field.
I saw the stock of an M4 sitting on the passenger seat with the stock coming up like it was down into the passenger well.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Why was that there?
It's the standard issue M4 I have for our tactical team that I am duty-wise able to use during impact operations. Based on the officer safety concerns, then we get a barricaded subject. It just offers an additional weapons platform in case that is needed.
Is that something that you would routinely do?
No.
So it's something that you basically got in a ready position for this case?
Correct. And clarify routinely. It's not uncommon, but it's not common. It just depends on a case-by-case scenario. I just had that there as a contingency in my vehicle if needed.
But this apprehension brought it up to that level where you believed you needed to have that ready?
Based on my training experience, yes.
And the information that you knew about Mr. Samuel Sterling?
Yes.
Now, as you're listening to the radio traffic, you hear different, and we heard it, you hear different people talking about positions where he's at, whether he's out of the car or not out of the car type situation, correct?
Correct.
And as you testified, it's a rapidly evolving situation.
Correct.
What is the point? Have you had training in taking down vehicles in regards to using your vehicle, your civilian vehicle, or your unmarked vehicle?
We have trained with, it's called KNET, local drug enforcement team, along with DEA on that, and then also just on the job training through the apprehension we've done over a 2-year period.
Okay. So during that, you hear people talk about, different officers talk about who's coming from the north, who's coming from the south, who can get where. What is the point of that?
Point of that, based on, again, experience with taking people into custody, especially in a vehicle, is you putting if this microphone is the suspect vehicle, bringing a law enforcement vehicle in the front and the back to prevent suspect getting back in the vehicle if he or she does, and then driving away, especially in a parking lot. We don't want a vehicle rapidly fleeing the scene with people pumping gas and everything, so it's to prevent the vehicle from moving.
And that leaves the suspect out on foot?
Yes, if the suspect is out on foot, that is not an uncommon practice to do that, because our goal is we call it an open air, so on foot apprehension.
Now, you don't know who made the decision or made the call to move in, do you?
Not based on the radio traffic. I can't name the name. I believe one was initially was Detective Noxon from GR, but the other individual, I don't recognize the voice right now.
Did any of the impact team members take place in black boxing in that car?
The official boxing of the front and back, no, we came in as support. Yeah.
So the front and back was done by the U.S. Marshals Task Force?
I believe so, yes.
To your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes.
And at that point in time, I saw your is it a minivan you're driving, or what are you driving?
It's a sedan.
Okay.
Yeah.
You jumped the curb, correct?
Correct. I positioned myself on it's going to sound weird, the east end of Eastern on the sidewalk, but it's the west end of the business there up on kind of the berm area sidewalk.
Is there a reason why you jumped the curb and go right up into the grass? Why didn't you just pull up next to the curb and get out?
I pulled up to close the gap quickly because my coverage was to the west. Because he was on the west side of the vehicle, I was like, there's a likelihood that he will immediately start running to the west. So I got up as close as I could, but not too close. There's a kind of happy medium to then exit my vehicle from there.
How many types of these, I'll call them takedowns, have you been part of?
High-risk apprehension takedowns, I'd say anywhere between 50 to 60.
And what's the amount of runners that you've had, people that have fled from that takedown?
Well, objection, notice.
I think it goes.
Have a exterior vest with magazines, radio, tourniquet, cuffs. The ballistic obviously it's a ballistic vest, so there's some weight to it, along with thigh rig, which is a belt, handgun, OC spray, so that kind of gear on me.
Do you know how much that weighs in total?
I would say approximately 20 pounds.
So, and you're chasing after Mr. Keely, who's on foot. I'm sorry, you're chasing after Mr. Sterling, who's on foot, correct?
That is correct, chasing Mr. Sterling.
Are you able to keep up with him?
It's hit or miss. I mean, I'm keeping an eye on him at that time. And so I may be closing the gap a little at times, but it's just, I can keep an eye on him, so.
At one point in time, you yell his name and tell him that he's gonna get tased if he doesn't stop.
It was a tactic that I used on the road, and it works sometimes. It's almost like I was trying to prevent him. I did not have my taser out. I didn't have it on me. I was just that verbal communication, like maybe this will get him to give up and just get on the ground.
And it didn't do it.
No, it did not.
So you continue your foot pursuit of Mr. Sterling, correct?
Correct.
And at one point in time, you call out that he's at the Burger King or heading towards the BK, right?
I do,
Why?
because he's running towards the Burger King.
But why is it important for you to put that out over the radio?
To get his direction of travel to where he's going. We have multiple businesses. You even see it in the video when he crosses the KFC into the Burger King, back and forth running, just want a clear idea of where he was running. So.
Are there other units in the other detectives or other vehicles in the area that are also in pursuit of Mr. Sterling?
Yes, it appears so. To be honest, I was focused solely on Mr. Sterling. I remember hearing sirens and then reviewing the body-worn camera just now. There were a couple other vehicles, both marked and unmarked, in the area.
And as you're pursuing Mr. Sterling, you're giving him orders and commands to stop, correct?
I gave him, I believe, the command to get on the ground.
He didn't comply with that, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
And as you're chasing him, you see you called it the Hyundai, you couldn't say exactly what it was, come into view?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the impact between Mr. Sterling, Samuel Sterling, and the vehicle?
I do witness it, yes.
Okay. And at that point in time, I want to back up and focus a little bit. Do you see the vehicle? Do you know that Detective Brian Keely is driving that vehicle at the time?
Not at that moment, no.
Okay. Do you know it's one of the vehicles involved in this apprehension?
Not until the very end. Like, I was locked on, so yeah.
When you're observing that vehicle come into focus, or you see it coming in, do you make any observations in regards to the brake lights?
Through my body-worn camera, I observed brake lights.
Okay. So you reviewed your body-worn camera?
I did, standard protocol.
Okay. And do you hear any skidding and or ABS? Do you know what ABS is?
Anti-lock braking system, I believe.
Okay.
Is that correct? Or?
That is
Yeah.
correct.
All right.
In your experience, have you been around vehicles that when that engages, what it sounds like?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear that in this case?
In the camera, I did, yes.
Well, I would object to him testifying to anything. If he's testifying that it's depicted in the camera, then the camera speaks for itself. This witness shouldn't be asked to give answers to stuff that he doesn't personally remember. The video speaks for itself, which the court has already seen.
Mr. Curtis?
Your Honor, he can testify as to what he observed on his own body cam and what he saw. It has been played for the court as an admission. He did review it. He can testify as to what he saw. The court can review it and also know what's in there.
To clarify, I thought the testimony was that at the time he heard it. Did I mishear that?
At the time, I was focused on Mr. Sterling.
And
I was locked in on him. I did not witness or hear brakes or brake lights. So,
all right. However, I do think Mr. Curtis is correct that he can testify to what he is personally observing in the video that came from his body camera. So, not going to overrule, or I'm not going to sustain the objection. I am going to allow Mr. Curtis to continue inquiring of this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Curtis. So I've been involved in multiple critical incidents. What I can tell you from that is my body is focused on what I'm looking at. I exclude everything else that is very common in these situations. So.
And we'll get back to that. Thank you for saying that. But in your when you reviewed your body video or your body cam video, you actually hear the ABS on the vehicle kicking.
While reviewing body cam video.
Now, in critical incident, let's back up to what you just talked about.
Yes.
You've been involved in multiple critical incidents, correct?
I've been involved in, yes, police shootings are right there with other shootings, yes, sir.
What do you define as a critical incident?
Any traumatic incident that results, this is maybe a textbook answer, great bodily harm or death with an individual, children, traumatic injuries with them, anything with that, that would cause basically not a, I'm trying to sound out of place, like a civilian would normally encounter on a day-to-day basis, so.
And that The reason you feel that's important, and correct me if I'm wrong, is because that's where your attention was on Mr. Sterling at that point in time and what he was doing.
Correct. Your body, you have your parasympathetic and your sympathetic nervous system. You start excluding other stuff, you lose monocular vision, auditory exclusion, a number of things. It just depends on how your body reacts and to the level of the situation.
And that's what was occurring to you on that point in time.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Now, let's back up a little bit more. That morning, we talked about the weather. That morning, had it rained?
Yes, it had rained.
Was it a sprinkle or was it an absolute downpour?
I believe it was an absolute downpour.
Were you out in your vehicle at that point in time?
I was at my vehicle, out in the Kentwood area.
Do you recall how soon before this incident with Mr. Sterling started to take place that rain stopped?
I don't. So,
When you were on scene, did you have an opportunity to observe the ground and or the parking lot?
I did.
And did you observe anything like moisture and or puddles or anything of that nature?
Yeah, the ground or pavement was still wet.
Now, just 1 second.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional direct examination for this witness, Mr. Patrick?
Just briefly. Detective Eagan, you were asked questions on cross-examination regarding safety concerns that the team may have had regarding Mr. Sterling. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
But on the day of April 17th, 2024, you or no one on your team made any observations that Mr. Sterling had any type of weapon. Is that correct?
We did not see any weapons on this person.
And no weapons were found on this person after the crash. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And no weapons were found in his vehicle that he was in that got him to the gas station. Is that correct?
That's what I was told, so yes, that'd be correct.
Detective Sergeant Eagan, you were in charge of the apprehension of Mr. Samuel Sterling.
I was a supervisor, yes, sir.
All right, and Mr. Curtis asked you about the weather and the roads and the water and that type of stuff. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You could have called off the apprehension if you wanted to. Is that correct?
At any time, I could have called it off, yes.
And so if you felt that there was some type of safety issue or that the weather made this a bad situation, you could have just stopped it and continued to observe Mr. Sterling on the poll cam. You could have continued to observe him at his house for another day.
Anything's possible, sir.
Take your time.
Last question I have, if I recall your testimony correctly, what you remember regarding brakes, skidding, anything of that nature is based off of your review of your body on camera, correct? That's not personal memory that you have from being out there that day.
That is correct. It's from reviewing the body on camera.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Any additional cross-examination, Mr. Curtis?
I just have one question, Your Honor. The prosecutor asked you about if you found any weapons or anything in the car. Did you find anything of significance in the car?
Well,
Found. Can I answer?
I don't think there was an actual objection, so
okay.
yes or no.
Found approximately 350 grams of marijuana along with the scale.
Thank you. Oh, one other. Sorry, Judge. Who is that car registered to?
The car was a rental and was a the car was a rental as well, and the renter was Miss Cage, Indrika Cage.
Thank you.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Patterson?
No, Your Honor.
All right. May this witness step down.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. Mr. Curtis, may this witness be released from subpoena or?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You're free to go.
Next witness, Your Honor.
Yes, please. Good afternoon, sir. You'll come right up here to the witness stand, please. And Judge Streckenberg, welcome. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Detective Sergeant Aaron Tubergen.
And Mr. Tubergen, are you employed?
I am.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a Detective Sergeant with the Michigan State Police.
And your current assignment?
It's the 6th District Headquarters, SIS.
And how long have you been a member with the Michigan State Police?
Over 11 years.
And Sergeant, were you working on April 17, 2024?
Yes, I was.
Did you have occasion to respond to the area of 5260 Eastern Avenue in the city of Kentwood, state of Michigan?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall approximately what time you responded to that location?
I couldn't tell you exact time off the top of my head. It was around noon or so.
And your reason for responding to that location?
I received a phone call from my supervisor, then Detective Lieutenant Hins, who indicated an incident had taken place there, and he asked that I start that way to see what had happened.
All right, and the address that we just talked about, is that a Burger King?
I believe so.
And did you in fact start making your way towards that location?
I did. I initially went to the nearby Speedway. It was where I first responded, and then immediately after that, the Burger King.
Okay. Now, prior to either arriving at the Speedway or the Burger King, did you receive a phone call?
Yes, I did.
And who did you receive a phone call from?
2 phone calls, actually. The first was from Detective Sergeant Brian Keely.
And do you see Detective Sergeant Brian Keely here in court today?
Yes, I do.
We'll stipulate that the witness knows who Detective Sergeant Brian Keely is.
The record will reflect the stipulated identification. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And how do you know Detective Sergeant Brian Keely?
He's a member, or is a retired member of the Michigan State Police.
Of the Michigan State Police?
Yes.
And how long have you known him?
Roughly, I've known of him for roughly 7 or 8 years.
And have you had like prior conversations or talked with him prior to the date of April 17, 2024?
We've had a professional working relationship.
So, when you heard, I believe you stated that Detective Sergeant Brian Keely called you, is that correct?
He did.
What did he say to you?
He asked if I was responding to the scene. I indicated that I was. He indicated that he was physically okay. He had mentioned that his airbags had not deployed, and that the fugitive that they were attempting to arrest had been handcuffed. He then indicated he had contacted an MSPTA union representative, at which time I received a phone call from that union representative.
Okay. And Detective Sergeant Brian Keely was a member of the Michigan State Police, is that correct?
Yes.
And was he assigned out or embedded with the U.S. Marshals?
I don't know the formal relationship. I know he was on a task force. He was on the State Police Fugitive Task Force, fugitive team.
Now, were you responding as the lead investigator for this scene?
Not the lead investigator, but as a district detective who just had proximity to the scene. So I arrived before my counterparts in our 5th district were able to arrive and take the lead of the investigation.
Okay, so the 5th district led the investigation,
They did.
but you still responded to the scene itself.
Correct.
And what did you do upon your arrival?
Made contact with one of the impact detectives who was on scene, who was able to point out the physical locations of what had happened.
Hearsay.
Your response, Mr. Patterson.
I'll rephrase the question.
All right.
You spoke to members of Impact there at the scene?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And after speaking to members of Impact at the scene, what exactly did you do?
Again, my first response was to the Speedway. It was apparent to me that there was a police presence there at the time. I then learned of a secondary scene, which is the address you provided, the Burger King address. I took photos of a vehicle at the Speedway, which is where I believe the fugitive began, and then fled on foot towards the Burger King. So I then left the Speedway and went to the Burger King.
Okay, and what did you do at the Burger King?
I was introduced by one of the Kentwood police officers to a manager at the Burger King. She indicated that there were security cameras on the building, and she had access to a DVR. She allowed me to export videos from that DVR.
And did you in fact export videos from the DVR?
Yes, I
Burger
did.
King.
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the court approximately how many videos did you export?
It was segmented, strung together. It would look like one video, and I did export videos on 2 separate occasions. This initial response to the Burger King, it was from one camera angle. It was inside like the indoor play place of the restaurant, but it faced out their east window, and you could see where essentially the drive-through exit was.
And what did you do with that exported video?
I placed it on a USB thumb drive. I shared it with 5th District detectives upon their arrival, and then I entered it as evidence into our property room after that.
And is that in the property room with the Michigan State Police?
Yes, it is.
Did you see any vehicles out there in the area where the incident took place?
Yes, I did.
And what type of vehicle did you see?
There was a Palisade that was driven by Detective Sergeant Keely.
And is that a Hyundai Palisade?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Did you see or did you observe any damage to the vehicle itself?
Yes, I did.
And what type of damage did you observe to the vehicle?
There were some cracks, some plastic pieces on the ground. It was all around the front passenger corner of the vehicle, bumper, headlight, wheel well area.
Going back to the videos that were exported from Burger King, did you take a look or did you observe the timestamp on the video itself?
I did. I noticed that there were multiple timestamps on the video and that they were all incorrect.
And can you tell the court approximately how long, how off were the clips themselves, or the clip?
I was later able to get other videos of different cameras, which were incorrect in a different amount. I believe they're all approximately 45 minutes off.
Did you say 45 minutes wrong?
Correct.
Sergeant, did you, prior to your testimony here today, have a chance to look at People's Proposed Exhibit number 2, which is a clip or a video excerpt from Burger King?
Yes, I did.
And was the clip approximately 44 seconds long, the one you looked at?
Yes, it was.
And was that an accurate copy of the video that you exported from the DVR there at Burger King?
Yes.
People would move to admit Proposed Exhibit number 2.
And that is the Burger King video. Any objection, Mr. Purchase?
Can I forward here?
You may.
Detective, when you got this drive or this video, you got it directly from the Burger King DVR?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Are you aware of the frame rate of this video?
No, I'm not.
Are you aware of how the compression rate is between what was downloaded from the DVR onto your flash drive?
No.
So the best evidence would have been the DVR from Burger King, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you didn't take that.
No, I did not.
So the best evidence of this would have, you don't have.
Correct.
My objection is, Your Honor, is it's not the best evidence at this point in time. The DVR would have been. He doesn't know the compression rate and or the frame rate of the video at this point in time, so thus I don't believe that it is an accurate depiction of what occurred on that day.
Judge, the evidence goes towards the weight that's given to it, not the admissibility. This witness has testified that he exported videos from the DVR there at Burger King, and that he saved them and then placed them on evidence. He reviewed them and said that that is an accurate depiction of the videos that he exported or took from the Burger King. And so I believe it becomes admissible, not because there's no foundation, but because it just goes to the weight that is given by the listener.
Just a moment, counsel. Understanding I am not so savvy, sir. When it comes to all technology, the DVR is a recording device, and you took duplicate copies of the recording from that device?
I exported the video. To use more technical language, I would have to defer to our audio video analysis unit. I know it's common practice in scenes where we do obtain security video that we do an on-scene export. There have been times when we have seized DVRs, but I wouldn't say it's something I do every time.
I think there is foundation, and that the contents can be proven by this witness's testimony. I am going to overrule your objection, Mr. Curtis, and allow for the people to admit this into evidence.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And you are playing that on the podium PC?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
I have it queued up, Judge. I just wanted to make sure I can go ahead and play it.
Are you playing the entire clip, which appears to be 44 seconds long?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Sergeant, was there an individual, another trooper or officer at this same Burger King named Josh Ellis?
Yes, there was.
And did you have a conversation with Josh Ellis?
I did.
And based on that conversation, did you ask him to do anything?
I confirmed that his in-car video and his body-worn camera were active during the incident, that they were currently uploading at the time of the investigation so that I would have access to them.
And can you tell the court when you say currently uploading, what are we talking about?
Yep, so 2 separate recordings were produced by him. There's the in-car video, which is actually 3 different videos. And then he was wearing a body-worn camera. The car itself is able to trickle upload those videos into our WatchGuard system, essentially a cloud-based system. And then the body-worn camera has to be placed on a docking station for that upload to occur. So I was just confirming that, again, those things were on, and that his body-worn camera specifically was uploading at the front end of our response.
And did you ask or instruct Trooper Ellis to dock his body-worn camera so that it could upload?
Yes.
Did you check or verify that that had been done?
Yes, I was able to see that on the WatchGuard system.
And were you able to see that it occurred on the WatchGuard system while you were there at the location, at the scene, or is this on some other day?
Yes, I was able to do that. I was in an adjacent parking lot on my laptop, and I was able to log in and view that.
And after you logged in to view it, do you do anything to protect that video that has been uploaded to your system?
Yes, there's an option with the certain rights that I have within that system. I'm able to lock or protect those files. And that just limits who's able to view that or even see that it exists, which would preclude someone from saving or downloading or watching it.
All right, and did you at some point in time download that video from your WatchGuard? And when I say video, I'm talking about the body-worn camera. Did you download that and place that on evidence within the Michigan State Police?
Yes, I did.
Did you, prior to your testimony today, have a chance to review the body-worn camera footage that you instructed Trooper Josh Ellis to load up into the WatchGuard system?
Yes.
And was that body-worn camera footage an accurate copy of the video that you asked Trooper Ellis to upload and that you subsequently downloaded and placed on evidence?
Yes.
And was it an accurate copy of what you viewed on the system and placed on evidence?
Yes.
And was the video approximately 4 minutes long?
I believe so.
People would move to admit proposed exhibit number 3.
Cruiser video or body cam?
The body cam.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, then people's proposed exhibit 3 is entered into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's running some down. This car is 50 seconds, after 50 seconds. Southbound by the KFC. Burger King! Burger King! Hands on your back. Hands on your back. Behind your back. Hands behind your back. Roll over. Get on your back. Hands behind your back. Hold on. Take it easy. Hands here. Just a second. Just relax. Get the setting started. Yeah, so don't let him reach for anything. We'll have you out. Hey. Yeah, okay. Fine. I got relax.
Why you hit me like this?
Just relax. You got cuffs? Okay, search her real quick. Make sure she doesn't have a gun out. Make sure that we have the vehicle and the other ones. Do you need a mic back there, Jordan? You're back up there to speed. Yeah. Okay. What's up? Just chill for a minute. Yep. Stay on that side. Okay. I'll call 60.
You may proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, you talked about the videos that you uploaded or exported from Burger King and or the video, the body on camera for Trooper Ellis. Did you, subsequent to April 17th, go back to that area to try to recoup or get additional evidence?
Yes, I did.
And what date approximately did you go back?
I believe it was the 19th, 2 days later.
And did you go back to Burger King?
Yes, I did.
Did you export more video from their DVR?
Yes, I did.
Did you talk to witnesses there at the Burger King and or surrounding businesses?
Yes, I did.
And were you attempting to talk to any and everyone who might have information regarding what happened out there that day?
Yes.
The individuals that you spoke with, did you record the conversations or just take written statements? Or some type of statement?
Recorded conversation.
Were the videos that you placed on evidence at some point turned over to the 5th District?
A working copy was provided.
Did you do anything else relative to this investigation other than what we talked about?
No, sir.
That's all I have.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Curtis.
1 second, Judge.
Thank you.
Any questions?
No further questions. All right, may this witness step down. Thank you. Mr. Patterson, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. I'll have you come right up here to the witness stand. I'm Judge Sturkenberg. Can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat. Thank you. Mr. Patterson, you may inquire.
If it would please report out the question.
Oh, Ms. Tussar, yes.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name again for the record?
Wade Dakin.
And how are you employed?
I am a civilian manager with the Michigan State Police Audio Video Analysis Unit.
And how long have you been with the Michigan State Police?
24 years.
And as a civilian with the audio visual unit, what exactly do you do?
Well, besides managing the unit, I'm also a certified forensic video technician, and I do case support on audio and video media.
And can you tell us a little bit about your background?
Yeah, I've worked various manager positions within the Michigan State Police when I came on board in 2000 all the way up until today. I came over to the audio video analysis unit in 2013 as their manager, and I started doing cases in 2020. I became a certified forensic video technician in 2020.
And tell us a little bit about your certification.
We go through extensive training through a professional organization called the Law Enforcement and Emergency Services Video Association, LEVA for short, that certify us, and once we have completed successfully a certain number of courses in audio video training.
And as part of working for MSP, do you have to do proficiency tests?
Yes, we continue to go through LEVA as far as making sure we have 80 credits within 3 years of continuous training in audio video to get recertified, to keep our certification.
And have you had experience downloading videos and converting them and making side-by-side videos and things of that nature?
Yes, I have.
And how long have you been doing that for?
Approximately 4 years.
And this is according to all the industry standards that Michigan State Police has?
Yes.
And LEVA?
Yes.
At this point, I would move to have him admitted as an expert, Your Honor.
Mr. Curtis?
Well, number one, I'm going to object very strongly because they never indicated that they were ever calling anybody as an expert witness, nor provided me with a CV or a resume for any witness prior to today's date. The fact that he's even here testifying is a surprise to me. So I would object to him being qualified as an expert, let alone being called as an expert, because they provided me absolutely no notice that he was always going to be called as an expert. And pursuant to the trial court rules, I should have been notified at least 14 days beforehand or given a report by him, which I do not have in regards to what his testimony is going to be, nor his qualifications or certifications to allow me to properly voir dire and or impeach him in regards to his testimony. So at that point, Judge, I'm going to object to his testimony altogether, or him being qualified as an expert witness. If not, then I would ask the court to allow me to voir dire his qualifications as best I can without having been informed that he was even going to be here and testify as an expert.
Ms. Tussar?
We can continue as a lay witness with specialized knowledge.
All right. I think Mr. Curtis has an ongoing objection to that.
I do, Your Honor, it's bootstrap. I mean, that's all they're doing is that I can't get it in one way, so I'll just say he'll testify as a lay witness and then we'll try to skirt it that way. I mean, it's undue and unfair surprise to call an expert witness and try to get him qualified without telling me that that's what was going to happen.
I think this is a perfect opportunity for a recess, and I'll seek counsel in chambers.
All right.
Forget the mic off.
I did. It's off, right? There we go.
Ask you on the record. Can you spell your name on it?
Sure.
That's why I'm asking. You know, when you just say it, I got nothing, so. I like it much better when they ask you to spell it.
Yeah, I was waiting for that.
You're part of skipping this today, and I have some names, but not all of them.
Yeah, I'll take a little bit.
We're gonna take a recess.
Do you recess? Well, unfortunately, it's still on. Oh, did you say so? Use the restroom, I guess you're in the bathroom. You need to use the restroom or you just chill out. You can sit down and relax for a couple minutes. You don't got to stand anymore.
Or they can take one of these.
Yeah, I saw it happen. I was like, oh, I can't get it.
Second day back.
This is?
Yeah, it looks like up to something
You've been off the stage over something the whole time, have you?
We're good. So hopefully this one will work because this one is
Well,
yes.
Thank you. You may be seated. All right. We are back on the record in the matter of the people of the State of Michigan versus Brian Keely, case 24-60116FY. We took a brief recess to discuss the witness currently on the stand for the prosecution, and I did have a conversation with counsel in chambers and then allowed them to not only take a personal break on this recess, but also do have some additional conversation. Ms. Tussar, well, I guess let me say this. Mr. Curtis, are you renewing your objection at this time?
I am, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Tussar?
We've had an opportunity to speak and, again, show Mr. Kurt's video. He noticed something I didn't, so we would move on to a different witness.
All right, and so we are not going to attempt to admit what was the people's exhibit number. Well, do I even have this marked? Which exhibit was it? Proposed exhibit.
Looks like, again, my mistake, it's not on the list, my mistake.
Again, supporting the,
Again, it was an oversight, I apologize, it was nothing that was intentional, it's my mistake.
I think we're fine. It was Mr., so how do you say your last name?
Dakin, Your Honor.
Mr. Dakin. So is Mr. Dakin excused then at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so you may sit down. Thank you for your time this afternoon. You may call your next witness.
That would be.
Good afternoon. So you can come right up here to the witness stand for me, please. And if you could raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, have a seat. Thank you. Counsel, you may inquire.
Yes, good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Specialist Sergeant Alan Avery, ALLAN-AVERY.
And how are you?
With the Michigan State Police, currently assigned to the Traffic Crash Reconstruction Unit.
And how long have you been with that unit?
I've been with that unit since January of 2005.
Your Honor, I do believe there's a stipulation from Mr. Curtis that he is an expert in the field of accident reconstruction and data reporting analysis.
Mr. Curtis.
In regards for preliminary examination, Your Honor, I will stipulate that Mr. Avery is an expert in the field. I have known Mr. Avery very well and know his qualifications and know that he will give expert testimony on what he's presenting today.
All right, and then we will qualify Mr. Avery as an expert at this time. Thank
you.
And Sergeant Avery, first of all, can you tell me a little bit about how you came to be at this scene?
I was contacted around noonish, I believe, on the 17th of April by Detective Lieutenant and asked to come to the scene. Kind of gave me a synopsis of what had happened. At that point, the subject they were trying to apprehend was still alive at that point. I got in the truck and kind of drove to the scene, and by the time I got there, he was gone on his way to the hospital, and I learned later he had died at the hospital.
Do you know about what time you got to the scene versus what time you got to the scene?
I don't live too far away from there, so it was probably within an hour, I would imagine.
Right. And then once you get to the scene, what if anything happens?
So, well, on the way to the scene, I drove through a rainstorm that was raining sideways. But when I got there, it had stopped raining, and I kind of looked at the scene. I noticed that there wasn't a lot of debris on the ground. There wasn't a lot of tire marks or skid marks that were evident. There wasn't a lot of marks on the building or on the curb or anything like that I could see.
And it's fair to say, at the time this occurred, you were not on scene?
When it occurred, I was not on scene.
All
That's
right,
correct.
so you don't know if it had been raining before, during, after, anything like that?
At that point, I did not. That's
Okay.
correct.
And then once you get there, what's the first thing that you do?
So when I get there, I just kind of survey the scene. and kind of just take a look at what it looks like. After I did that, I made contact with Detective Sergeant Fuller, who briefed me on what was going on and how everybody ended up where they ended up.
And what are some of the things that you looked at? Did you look at this capsing, this Hyundai capsing?
I did. That's one of the things I looked at. Correct.
All right. And what, if anything, did you observe about the vehicle?
I noticed it didn't have a lot of damage. I noticed that it had some scuff marks on the right side tires, the passenger side tires, but I noticed that the front corner was had a little bit of damage, but not to the point where broken pieces were laying on the ground or anything like that. So.
And was the vehicle still on scene when you went there?
It was.
And did you find out if it was still in the same position or had been moved? Did you get any information about that?
Well, originally I thought that was the final rest location, but as I was there for a little bit, I found out that it had been moved backwards to gain access and first aid to the subject.
All right. And that's nothing unusual when something like this happens, fair to say?
Oh, no. Yeah, that's very customary, and I would expect that to happen.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you observe about the scene itself?
There was some puddling on the asphalt in the area. It didn't look like it was oversaturated or anything like that. It had stopped raining, but it was still a little bit of sprinkling going on. The scene was your standard drive-through area of a fast food restaurant, so nothing surprising there. There was a parking lot adjacent to it, and then kind of a strip mall next to that as well. So it was just your standard fast food area.
And was the injured party still on scene when you arrived?
No, he was gone.
All right. And then what did you do in relationship to the vehicle itself?
So, well, we couldn't find the keys for starters.
Okay.
So there wasn't a whole lot that I could do internally with it. It was also locked, so I couldn't get inside of it to do any of the things there. So it was decided that we would, well, I guess that we were also trying to decide who owned the vehicle. So while it took a little bit of time to that, we just decided to tow it from the scene, and we're able to get search warrants if needed, or at least figure out who owned it, if it's the state of Michigan that owned it, or if the federal government, whoever owned it. So it gave us some time to figure that out as well.
Did you eventually find out who did own the vehicle?
We did, yes.
And who was
So
it?
it's actually the state of Michigan owns it, but it was purchased by the federal government and then given to the state.
Okay. And again, you work for the state.
Correct.
All right. And then what do you do in relationship to the car? And I'm specifically going to ask about the black box, or the EDR, commonly called.
Okay, so it was towed from the scene, and it was towed to 6th District headquarters. So it was put in the evidence bay. The Grand Rapids lab was going to process it as well to avoid contaminating it with anything that I would do with the vehicle. The Grand Rapids lab said that they would call me when they were finished. So they called me on the 19th, I believe, and I went down to download the event data recorder in this vehicle. So Detective Sergeant Fuller had gotten a search warrant for it, just to cover himself and our bases, and so I went and served it on the 19th.
And what is an event data recorder?
The event data recorder is actually a module inside the vehicle that registers acceleration, whether it's positive or negative, and its ultimate job is to deploy the airbags, make a decision if the airbags are on or off. But it records a lot of information that's helpful to people in my field to be able to go back and kind of diagnose it. Especially the pre-crash data is very helpful. In this case, it gives you kilometers. It records in kilometers in metric, but then it gives you engine RPM speed. It gives you accelerator pedal position. But one of the things that's important as well is it gives you steering wheel angle input.
And is this information that comes from this EDR, or is it, can I call it a black box just for easier applications, or?
That's fine with me,
Okay.
but I just don't want to make the mistake of calling it a black box and then, like with aviation, they call it the black box as well, but in aviation, it records the telemetry and stuff that's going on as well as voices. This just records the telemetry stuff on the inside of it. Yes, ma'am.
All right, and how do you go about getting this EDR download?
So I have some specialized training and some specialized equipment, and when the vehicles aren't damaged too bad, I can repower the vehicles and then download it through the ODB2 or the DLC connection, the diagnostic link connection, which is that little bird mouth underneath the dashboard that everybody's got in their car. So if you take your car to the dealer, you tell them it's running rough, they plug in their computer, and it's the same one that I plug into to access that.
And then do you download this information to where?
It goes through a converter and then eventually onto my computer.
Specialized software for this type of reconstruction?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to get some information off?
I was.
And again, what type of information did you get?
I've got the whole event data recorder report from the vehicle, up to and including the pre-crash data, like I said, with the timestamps on it, the vehicle speed, accelerator pedal position, brake application, ABS involvement. I said brake pressure already, and then steering wheel angle as well.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, there was an event that was captured that allowed you to download this information?
That's correct. In this case, there's two types of events. There's a non-deployment event and a deployment event. A non-deployment event, obviously, is just what it says. It doesn't deploy the airbags or the seatbelt pretensions or anything, but it's enough deceleration that actually wakes the module up to say, hey, there's something going on here. Do I need to start firing all the safety stuff that I have available? In this case, it woke up, said, no, we're okay, and then it went back to sleep.
And how much information was able to be captured by this non-deployment event download?
It captures 5 seconds of data, of the pre-crash data, in half-second increments.
And again, you indicated that it comes down, it's downloaded in kilometers, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've seen the pre-marked exhibits this morning?
I have.
All right, and they fairly and accurately describe what's in your report?
Yes, ma'am.
And you did author report in this case?
I did, yes, ma'am.
All right, if I may, do you need to see these again?
Yes, I would like to look at them.
May I
please.
approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Go ahead.
Just take a look at this.
Okay.
And are those fairly and accurately the same things that are in your report?
Yes, they are.
Move for the omissions of exhibits 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 15, Your Honor?
Any objection, Mr. Curtis?
I kind of wish we would have gone through them one at a time, Judge, so that way I can.
Then let's go through them one at a time, counsel.
The approach again?
You may.
If you can. What is exhibit number 1?
Exhibit number 1 is the graph with the pre-crash data from the EDR report where I added the conversion from kilometers into miles per hour.
And why do you do that?
It's not exhibit 1.
I'm sorry, exhibit
If people
7.
proposed exhibit
7.
4 is what I thought. We started with 4.
7's on top, but 4, it looks like they're out of order, Your Honor.
Right. I was going to go through them in an order that made more sense to me, but.
Okay, just as long as we're all on the same page that we're talking about 7.
All right, 7.
7, okay, that's what that is.
All right.
It's got vehicle speed in kilometers, converted to miles per hour, engine RPMs, engine throttle percentage, accelerator pedal percentage of full, the master cylinder pressure, service brake, whether it's on or off, ABS, analog brake system activity, whether it's on or off, stability control, whether it's on, off, or engaged, and then steering input and degrees.
Okay, and it gives it in miles per hour.
I converted it into miles per hour.
All
yes,
right.
ma'am.
And the next exhibit, number 4, I believe it is?
4, yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
That's the actual graph that comes out of the event data recorder report.
And is that the one that's in kilometers?
That's correct.
All right, and again, on your standard dashboard, and again, forgive me if I'm struggling with this a little bit, I'm not an expert in here, but miles per hour and kilometers, we have both of those like on the little speed chart in our vehicles, correct?
That's correct.
And the machine itself comes out in kilometers, and you're able to convert the kilometer speed to miles per hour,
That's correct.
which is the standard that Americans use.
Correct.
Okay. Move for admission exhibit 4.
Did we move for admission exhibit 7?
I believe I just did. I did.
Okay.
Did I not say that? All right. Move for exhibit 7 and number 4.
Mr. Curtis?
If I can work here, Your Honor.
Yes, please.
Sergeant Avery, I want to draw your attention to number 4.
She just took it with her, so. Yes, sir.
This is taken from where?
This is the converted out from the software. It's from the report that it produces.
Okay, so it produces a big report.
It does.
Right.
This is a snippet of the big report.
That's a snapshot out of that?
Correct.
Okay, and then number 7, with the yellow highlight on it, this comes from where?
This is all of this data, and then I convert the kilometers into miles per hour.
Okay, so you created number 4 yourself. It wasn't a download from the car.
I created this column inside of this report, but
Which is
everything-
number 7.
Which is number
Correct,
7.
correct. This
Okay.
yellow highlighted column is the one I created. That's the conversion from kilometers to miles per hour.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Sure. Thank you. No objection.
Mr. Curtis, then. All right, no objection to People's Exhibits 7 and 4 being admitted into evidence at this time. They will be admitted. Thank you.
And the next exhibit there is number 8. What is that photograph of?
That is a screenshot of the 2021 Hyundai Palisade with the first instance of the brake lights being activated from Trooper Ellis's body camera.
And why is that photograph important as part of your report?
It shows the brake lights are on, as well as the vehicle in relationship to the area of impact, as well as the pedestrian here.
And does that exhibit number 8 also reflect on exhibits 4 and exhibit 7?
It's related directly to them, but it's not shown in that report.
Okay. And the next, move for admission of exhibit number 8.
No objection.
Exhibit 8, People's proposed Exhibit 8 will be admitted. Thank you.
And exhibit number 9, what is that we're looking at?
It's another screenshot from the body cam of Trooper Ellis's. It's frame number 1308. It shows the actual impact between the Hyundai as well as the pedestrian, as well as their location.
And was that recorded on charts 4 and 7?
It's not recorded on it, but it's related to it.
Related to it. Move for the admission of exhibit 9.
No objection.
People's Exhibit number 9.
Exhibit number 10, what are we looking at?
That is another screenshot from Trooper Ellis's body cam. It shows the initial impact with the curb by the right front tire, frame number 1313. So it shows the curb of the vehicle, or the curb of the parking lot, as well as the right front tire striking the curb. It shows the pedestrian is kind of over the front fender of the vehicle, and the brake lights are still illuminated.
And is that exhibit number 10 important to exhibits 4 and 7?
It's all directly related, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Move for the admission of exhibit number 10.
No objection.
People's proposed Exhibit number 10 will be admitted.
And exhibit number 5, what are we looking at there?
That's another screenshot from Trooper Ellis's body cam. It shows the initial impact of the curb by the right rear tire. It's frame number 1327. It shows the brake lights are still illuminated. Like I said, the right rear tire is impacting with the curb. It shows the pedestrian pin between the wall of the Burger King and the right front corner area of the vehicle.
And was that relevant to your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Move for the admission of exhibit number 5.
No objection.
People's proposed exhibit number 5 will enter into evidence.
And the next exhibit's number 6. What are we looking at there?
That's a bird's eye view of the area of impact with the right front tire with the curb. It was taken using some of the natural feature marks in there, as well as the scuff mark on the curb to place the vehicle at the area of impact with the curb.
And is that relevant to your report?
It is, yes.
Move for the admission of exhibit number 6.
If I can board here for a second.
Mr. Curtis, you may.
And I'm actually, if I can, for efficiency, I imagine that you're also going to do number 11, 12, right? Why don't, if we can, Judge, can I have her ask about the other 4, and I can give you the same question for all of them?
All right. Please proceed, Ms. Toussaint.
The next one that I have is exhibit number 15. What are we looking at there?
That is another bird's eye top-down view with the same type of scenario, except for the right rear tires now impacted the curb.
And is that relevant to your report?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And exhibit number 13, what are we looking at there?
That is a top-down view of the entire area for the original incident started at the Speedway gas station up to the area where the impact happens over at the Burger King.
And is that relevant to your review?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Exhibit number 12, what are we looking at there?
That is another top-down view. It's taking the area of impact and then going backwards based on these reported speeds over its time frame.
And is that the 5 seconds that was downloaded once the event recorded on the EDR?
That's correct.
All right. And what are we looking at in number 11?
Number 11 shows the tire marks that I found in the parking lot when I came back with the UAS. So there was 4 marks that were found, as well as it identifies the curb impact on the curb of the Burger King drive-thru.
And if I'm not mistaken, I believe you previously testified that those tire marks had to do with towing the vehicle.
The 2 long parallel ones were made by when they towed it. The other 2 are unrelated.
Had nothing to do with the crash.
Correct.
But you did make a note of them in that exhibit number 11.
That's correct.
Along with the impacts to the curb.
That's correct.
All right. Those would be all of them. I would move for the admission after voir dire.
Yes, Mr. Curtis, please
May I
proceed.
approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Sergeant Avery, I want to show you number 6, people proposed exhibit number 6.
Sure.
The vehicle that is in this picture, did you put that there, right?
I put it there, yes, sir.
All the lines and everything else in here, you put in there?
I connected the dots to get the tire marks in there, and I put in the pink line and the blue line in here. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
when you say connected the dots, what do you mean?
These are points.
Okay.
There are points in there, and then I just connect the points with the line to make it.
Where'd you
look
get the
like a
points
tire
from?
mark. I collected them with the RTK.
Okay, and then you did the front and the back, but you determined from what we talked about, you determined those don't have anything to do with this, right?
These marks are from being towed, and then the mark that's underneath the car here and this mark are unrelated.
Okay, so then the same with, I'm showing you proposed exhibit number 15. This is just where you put the car in and based off of where it hit the curb?
Correct. So this one shows the right rear tire striking the curb.
Okay.
You can also see one of those parallel marks as well as the other 2 that are unrelated.
Okay. These overhead shots, where did you get those from?
I think those were just Googles.
Okay. So you don't know if they're to scale or anything of that nature,
Well,
you just put your stuff in there?
I do know it's a scale because it is a scale right here.
That you
There's a
put
scale
there?
on it. Yes, sir.
Okay. So because you put the scale there, that means that this picture is to scale?
Correct.
Okay. So this people's proposed exhibit number 13, this just demonstrates the area that it was in?
This This shows where the first contact was up by the Speedway gas station.
Listen to my question, Sergeant. Basically, what this shows is the overhead of the area, right?
Correct.
And number 12, proposed number 12, that's the times that relate back to number 4?
These are the times.
Number 7.
These
sorry.
are the times that relate back to the event data recorder. So
Okay.
this is the half second, and it corresponds with the 11.84 feet.
In number 11, those are marks and the arrows you just put in to mark the tire marks, right?
That's correct.
They don't have any relevancy on your report or anything that has to do with it.
I thought they were originally, when I came back, I was able to see these on the dry pavement.
Okay.
And they looked like ABS marks originally, but then after analyzing them in the scene, it was decided that they weren't related.
You decided that they weren't related.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any objection to these being admitted into evidence, Mr. Curtis?
Your Honor, I am going to object to number 13. I don't think it's relevant. I think it's just an overhead shot. Besides that, I have no objection to any of the other ones.
Mr. Sar?
Again, just for clarification, for easier understanding, the distance between the two locations is all we're using exhibit number 13.
I believe that there is relevance there, Mr. Curtis. I'm going to allow all of these to be entered into evidence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, if we could, we're probably going to do the same thing to make it a little bit easier for everyone to understand. Showing you what's been admitted, exhibit number 7.
Do you have these on your PC? Is that what you're trying to do?
I do.
Okay, you can use your PC, or we also have a document camera if you want to set it right on the lectern, however you want to handle it, but then everyone can be looking at the same thing at the same time.
On the PC, since I have a fast.
Okay. And are you using that at the plaintiff's table, or?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Did I do that right? I'm sorry, I'm not overly familiar with your technology. I apologize.
That's fine. Is that what you intend to have on the screen right there?
Yes.
Then there you go.
So looking at exhibit number 7, what are we looking at here?
That is the graph from the pre-crash data that I created, adding the vehicle speed miles per hour.
All right, and the vehicle speed mile per hour is in yellow.
Correct.
All right, and can you go through and explain what these speeds mean in reference to braking and acceleration and speed for us?
What happens when it captures the event, or when there's an event and it wakes up the module, it goes back in time and records the 5 seconds of data previous to that. So that's what it does here. So at the 0 point or around there someplace is where the event occurs, and then it has recorded the 5 seconds prior to that.
What time did an event record using exhibit number 7?
At 00 is the time of algorithm enable. So that's about the time of the module waking up and all of the algorithms running and all of this data being recorded.
Would that mean the vehicle came to a standstill at that point, or just at a point of impact of some sort?
No, that's the deceleration that I talked about sooner. At this point, it's moving about 8 miles an hour at that 0.0 data point.
And again, that would be this very last line.
That's correct.
So at 0.0, when the module wakes up, it's traveling approximately 8 miles per hour.
That's correct.
I'd like to ask a clarifying question, because I think you asked it, but I didn't get an answer. Does that mean that is the time of impact?
It's about the time of impact. It takes a little bit of time for everything to run, so it says 00. It's pretty close to that 00, but may not be exactly at 00.
When you say may not be exactly, are we talking half a second or like millifractions of that?
We're talking about fractions of seconds.
Okay, thank you.
And going back to 0.5, what are we looking at there?
That's the same thing, just going backwards in time. So if we start at where the module woke up, we're going backwards in time 5 seconds. So the car is traveling about 15 miles an hour at that point.
Now carrying that all the way over to the last column where it says degrees of input minus 170, what does that mean?
That is the steering wheel input by the driver, how far the wheel has been turned. So on that line, minus 170, negative is to the right, and positive is to the left, so clockwise and counterclockwise. In this case, it's a clockwise turn to 170 degrees.
So if I'm driving straight ahead and I'm the driver, that would be turning the steering wheel to the right.
That's correct.
Okay, and then 170 degrees.
Correct.
All right. And
Well, it's up to 170 degrees. It's not 170 degrees from the last data point. It's registering at 170 degrees.
all right. And then the last impact is at -40. That would still be moving it to the right, but not as far as 170 degrees.
That's actually a turn to the left because it goes from 170 to, well, from -170 to -40. So it's a 130 degree turn to the right,
Okay.
or to the left.
And 1.0 seconds. How fast is the vehicle traveling at that point?
Approximately 22 miles an hour,
And what is the steering degree at that point?
-55 degrees.
And is that to the right?
Correct,
So we're going to the right, and then -170 is more to the right.
correct.
And then it comes back to that 40 mark.
That's
to the
correct.
left. All right. Going to 1.5, the time. How fast is the vehicle going at that point?
At -1.5 seconds is approximately 26 miles per hour.
And what is the amount of steering at that?
-50 degrees, so 50 degrees to the right.
All right. So a little bit right, and then we have way right, and then back to the left.
That's correct.
All right. Going back to 2.0, what are we looking at there?
About 26 miles per hour.
And how far is the steering at that point?
At -2.0, it's -70 degrees.
All right. So that's a lot to the right. Did I understand it right?
About a quarter turn to the right. 90 degrees would be about a quarter turn, so it's less than that.
Okay, so less than that, and then we have 55 going right before that. So it's angling toward the right, if I'm understanding.
It's at -70 degrees, it's turning to the right. At -50 degrees, it's turned 15 degrees back to the left. At -55 degrees, it's turned 5 degrees to the right. At -170, it's turned 115 degrees to the right. And then at -40, it's turned 30 degrees to the left, or 130 degrees to the
So
left.
if I'm understanding you right, you're going, turning, hard turn, and then back to the left.
That's correct.
Gotcha. All right. 2.5, what are we looking at there?
About 26 miles an hour again.
All right. Now I noticed in the columns there's some service brakes and ABS brakes. Please explain that for us.
The service brake is just, are the brakes on or not? Have you made that electronic connection between the brakes that makes the brake lights turn on? The ABS is the anti-lock brake system. That's actually the system where it locks and unlocks the brakes electronically to help you maintain steering for the vehicle.
So if I'm understanding you right, if the service brake is on, it's your foot on the brake.
Correct. Well, something is on the brake, yes. Whether it's your
Something's
foot.
on the brake. And
Correct.
the pedals are on the floor.
Well, not necessarily. Well, the pedals are off the floor, but underneath your feet. Yes.
All right. And in this particular vehicle, just a standard brake and a gas pedal. in this
Correct.
vehicle. All right. And then ABS brakes, what does that mean?
ABS, if the vehicle starts to slide or even backed up a step, if the brakes are locked or it senses that they are going to lock, then it electronically unlocks them, allows them to spool back up and start rolling again so the driver can maintain directional control of the vehicle.
And when it comes to AD brakes, what does that mean in relationship to steering when that's on?
It allows the driver to maintain control of the vehicle.
So even if you are stepping on it and the ABS brakes is on, you can still steer right or left.
That's correct.
All right. So it's not gonna, I'm a little old. When I first started driving, if you slammed on your brakes, you weren't in control of your vehicle. Is that what an ABS system does or no?
When we started driving, or at least when I started driving and we got on the snow and the ice, if we stood on the brakes and held them, it locked all four brakes and you could spin the wheel 360 degrees each way, but the car would continue straight. with anti-lock brake system, if you can do the same thing, but if you turn the wheel, the car will turn.
So with the anti-lock brakes, it keeps you can still take and control the vehicle.
That's correct. That's the intent of it, yes,
The
ma'am.
modern safety feature.
Correct.
All right, got it. All right, so in relationship now to exhibit number 7, you took some still photographs from, you said Officer Ellis's body worn camera?
Trooper Ellis.
Trooper Ellis?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so looking at exhibit number 7 still. And looking at exhibit number 8, which is time frame 1281, what are we looking at in 1281, if you can see that?
1281 shows the relationship between the vehicle, the pedestrian, as well as the brake lights being illuminated. That's the first frame in that body cam that you can see the brake lights activated.
And looking at exhibit number 7, what time frame approximately would this be at?
Approximately 1.5 seconds.
So at 1.5 seconds, the vehicle is going 26 miles an hour, is that correct?
That's correct.
And we have braking coming on,
Correct.
ABS is off,
Correct.
and going about 50 degrees to the right.
Correct. The steering wheel's turned about 50 degrees to the right. That's correct.
And again, looking at exhibit number 8, time frame 1281, that's to the right, would be going toward the building.
Correct.
All right. Looking at exhibit number 9 with time frame 1308, what are we looking at here?
That shows the impact with the pedestrian.
And looking at exhibit number 7, how fast is the vehicle moving at that point of impact?
According to the chart, it's in the area of about 15 miles per hour.
Okay. And the brakes the service brake is on,
Correct.
the ABS is on,
Is activated, yes ma'am.
and the degree is 170.
That's correct.
And that's turned all the way over to the right.
That's turned almost a full turn, half of a turn to the right. Yes ma'am.
Again, so again, in exhibit 1308, that would be the vehicle and the impact with Mr. Sir.
That's correct.
Looking at frame 1313, exhibit number 10, what are we looking at here?
This shows the relationship of the right front tire with impact to the curb. So this is where I believe the module is actually woken up and where all of the time starts moving backwards from there.
Okay, and is Mr. Sterling also depicted in that?
He has, he's partially wrapped around the right front corner area of the Hyundai.
And looking at your exhibit number 7, how fast is the vehicle going at that time?
About 8 miles per hour.
All right, so that's down here at the bottom.
Correct.
All right. Looking at exhibit number 5, what are we looking at here?
That shows the relationship of the right rear tire of the Hyundai striking the curb.
And do we see Mr. Sterling in that photograph?
Yes, he's pinched between the wall of the Burger King and the right front corner area of the Hyundai.
And on your chart number 7, how fast is he going at that point?
I don't know because I'm not sure that that's where the module woke up. So if it woke up with the right front tire, then it's about 8 miles per hour. If you use the same amount of deceleration as the prior half second, so about 7 miles per hour, he'd be 1 or 2 miles per hour,
Okay.
roughly.
And you indicated the point of impact, you weren't sure if it was the right front or the right rear.
No, the point of impact, I'm sure, the point where the module wakes up, I'm not sure.
Okay. And again, looking at exhibit number 6, what are we looking at here?
That shows the right front tire impact, as well as the rough position of the Hyundai in relationship to the curb and the area of impact with the curb.
And would that be important as to why you picked the frame that you did from Trooper Ellis's video?
It would, yes, ma'am.
And if, maybe I have to approach, may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing you 10, 5, and 8, what would be the photograph of interest in relationship to that point?
To that one would be, this one would be number 10.
Okay. Again, the right front tire and exhibit number 10. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then showing you exhibit number 15 and the photographs from Trooper Ellis. What would be the significance of Trooper Ellis's versus the right rear tire impact?
That shows where the right rear tire impacted the curb in relationship with the vehicle to the building, and as well as the driveway itself.
And in which one of Trooper Ellis's stills would that?
Number 5.
All right. Okay. And again, showing you exhibit 15, which is the right rear tire coming in contact with the curb, and Trooper Ellis's still video exhibit number 5. And is Mr. Sterling in that photograph?
He is.
And is that, where is Mr. Sterling at that point?
He's pinched between the wall of the Burger King and the right front corner area of the Hyundai.
And going back to miles per hour, approximately how fast is the vehicle going at that time?
If 0 is where the right front tire is, and extrapolating from the previous half a second, it puts him down 1 or 2-ish miles per hour.
And if I'm understanding everything right, you can't say when the module woke up whether it was exhibit number 6, the right front tire, and exhibit 10, the time frame 1313, exhibit number 10, or exhibit number 15 with the right rear impact tire, and exhibit number 5 as the point of impact for it to go back with the mileage per hour. Did I say that right?
I'm trying to digest what you said. So I believe that the right front tire,
Okay.
combined with the heavy braking, is where the module is woken up. So the right front tire would be what I would expect to have the event written as.
Okay, and for pictures, for others that don't do math, we're talking about exhibit number 10, which is time frame 1313,
That's correct.
and exhibit number 6 showing the right front tire impact.
That's correct.
And again, the approximate speed, if that is the event,
Is
how fast the vehicle
is about 8 miles per hour.
All right. And exhibit number 12, what are we looking at here?
This takes those speeds in time, so it's a time distance type of a analyzation. It takes it in the yellow on the right is the amount of time, and the I guess inside the arrows is the distance that it traveled over that time.
Okay.
So how far from impact it is.
So in exhibit number 7, with the 170-degree turn and the one right above it at 1.0 seconds, or 55, where are we on this chart as far as the distances?
Well, on the right, we are at -1/2 second and -1 second.
Okay.
And then on the left in the arrows were 11.84 feet and 34.62 feet.
So that's a very hard turn, 170-degree angles, feet-wise as well.
I'm not sure about that. It's a significant input, steering input,
All right.
but 35 feet is a pretty good distance.
All right, so if I'm looking at all these feet, this is going toward the point of impact then, the distance, and how long it took based on the speed in half seconds, 1.5, 2 point, up to 5.
That's the one on the left is the distance from impact in relationship to the one on the right.
All right. Did you also have an opportunity to inspect the vehicle itself?
I did.
And tell me about that.
Originally at the scene, like I said, it was locked and I couldn't get into it. So I did a walk around of it. I could see inside the rotors were clean and shiny. They weren't rusted. They appeared to be working. Probably the tires were good. When we got it to the Grand Rapids lab and it was unlocked, I was able to get in and actually push on the brake and feel that there was positive pressure returned on it. So I didn't see any fluid leaking on it or around it, underneath it, that would suggest that it had any type of brake leak or anything like that. So the vehicle appeared to be in good condition.
And did you check it for any recalls or any kind of defects like that?
I did. I ran it through NHTSA's website and there wasn't any open, there was no open recalls on it.
So based on your inspection of the vehicle, that functioned normally?
Correct.
Okay. And you had mentioned earlier that there were some rain conditions. Does that affect speed or anything in your calculation? And if so, how?
It can lower the drag factor of the roadway a little bit. In this case, a negligible amount.
So it would not make a difference dry or wet?
It would make a little bit, but negligible.
Okay.
Assuming that we don't have pooled, puddled, flowing water or anything like that. So just you know, the way the scene looks through the photographs, I don't think it would be a substantial reduction in the drag factor of the roadway.
And is that why looking at Trooper Ellis's body worn camera was helpful in creating this report?
That's correct.
I think that's all I have. I pass the witness at this point, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Avery, demonstrate 0.5 of a second.
How long is half a second?
Demonstrate how long it takes.
About that long.
That long? That's 0.5?
About a half a second, yes, sir.
It's pretty impossible to demonstrate, isn't it?
It's hard, yes, sir.
Because it takes like a second to say a second,
Correct.
right? So we're talking about what we're dealing with here on this data happens in 5 seconds.
Overall, it takes 5 seconds, but it's broken into half-second increments.
So, but the time from the initial where it backs up to is 5 seconds.
That's correct.
Right. We've been talking about body cam videos, right? And you're familiar with those?
Yes, sir.
And I'm just using it as an example. A body cam video kind of stores what's happening but doesn't turn on and it backs up 30 seconds and starts recording, but it's constantly recording, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So that's kind of the same thing as what happens with the recorder.
With the
There's an
event,
incident and it backs up.
correct. Well, it's doing the same thing. It's all of this stuff is on the CAN bus system, and it's pulling it off. Once it gets the signal that there's an event, then it goes back and records the prior 5 seconds, very similar to what the body cam does.
Okay, but explain this to me because I was a little confused while you were explaining it. What triggers the recorder to activate?
It needs deceleration, whatever the parameters are. It's usually about 5 miles per hour-ish in over about a half a second.
So when you talk about deceleration, you mean either the car comes to a stop or somebody's stopping the car or something of that nature?
Well, not necessarily not necessarily coming to a stop, but if the person is braking and it hits a curb or it hits a parking stop or it hits another vehicle or an animal, it could potentially write a deployment or non-deployment event depending on how severe it projects that deceleration to be.
Okay, so we're talking about this incident, and we're talking about the point of, there's 2 points from what I can tell, right? There's points of impact. There's the point of impact with Mr. Sterling, correct?
Correct.
And then there's a point of impact with the building.
No. Well, I don't think the car ever hits the building. The second impact would be with the curb.
So it's your testimony that the vehicle never hit the building?
That's correct.
Didn't you find scuff mark on the building?
I did. It was a bluish color that was about the color of Mr. Sterling's blue jeans.
Now, so you don't believe this car ever touched the building?
I don't see any evidence that it did. And it was moved prior to me getting there, so I don't know if it did or if it didn't.
Do you know why it was moved?
It was moved to render first aid to Mr. Sterling.
Do you know who moved it?
I do not.
Now, let's talk about this chart, the one that you created. Can I approach your arm?
You may.
Thank you. We're going to focus on number 7, okay? Now I want to focus also, you both need our glasses.
Yeah, right.
We're
Tough
to that
getting old.
point, yeah. Talk about number 12.
Yes, sir.
Okay? So you have red arrows, and I'm sorry, Judge, I don't think you have a copy of it. Can you?
What, are we talking about 12? I have copies
Yes.
of all of these.
Yes.
I do.
I'm looking at number 7 and number 12.
Which one would you like on the screen?
If she has them, I'm not worried
Oh,
about it on
alright.
the screen.
Do you want them on the screen? I'm sorry.
The only reason I have them, and unless you want to make demonstrative marks, as you may, using the evidence presentation system, then we don't need it.
I'm not going to.
All right.
Okay. Pretty simple what I'm going to ask him here. So this event happens, you don't know what the point of impact or what triggers the event, correct?
It's either the right front or the right rear tire striking the curb.
Okay.
But in my opinion, it's the right front tire striking
The
curb.
front tire.
Right front tire, yes.
So does it record past that 0.5 and then start, or are you saying that it starts when it hits that curb?
About when it hits that curb is about when it starts writing all this data backwards.
So you don't know exactly.
What do you mean?
You don't know exactly if this 0.00 is when the wheel hit the curb or when it's shortly thereafter.
It is, the impact would be just before this because it takes a split second for the algorithm to start running and writing.
Is a split second 0.5?
No, it's actually way less than that.
Okay. So what I want to focus on is, so we have this 0.0, and the prosecutor wanted to talk about when the ABS is kicked on, when the service brake kicked on, but we completely missed the master cylinder pressure. What is the master cylinder pressure?
Master cylinder pressure is the pressure of the fluid as it's applied by the operator into the braking system.
Okay, so in my term, I put my foot on the brake and it starts putting fluid into the master cylinder?
It increases the pressure within the braking system.
Okay, and the harder I push on the brake?
The higher the number, yes.
Okay, so on this chart on number 7, when we look back here at, right, make sure I got my lines right, back here at 1.5, right?
Here, right? Yep.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Where we start seeing what?
We start to see an increase in the pressure. So
Okay.
we're at like 8.4 bar, which is not very much.
But we have the service brake on,
Correct?
which would indicate that there's a foot on the brake,
Correct?
correct? And we have steering at -50. Did I follow that right?
Correct.
Yep, okay. So now I want to move to number 12. At 1.5, where is his vehicle located according to you?
About right here.
Which is where? So you explain to the court so they understand.
It's within the driveway on the northern part of the Burger King, I guess that'd be the exit,
Okay, entrance, exit, whatever?
to the north.
It's an
Correct.
opening into the Burger King parking lot.
Well, it's an opening into whatever the service road is from the drive-through of the Burger King.
No, you're killing me. That is the drive, there. That is like a little driveway, right?
That's correct.
At 1.5, he starts applying the brakes and he has his foot on the brake pedal.
That's correct.
What is the engine rev at? The engine throttle?
The throttle is at 0 And the accelerator is also at 0.
So he's got no foot on the gas, no foot, his foot's on the brake.
That's correct.
And he's entering into the Burger King parking lot,
That's correct.
correct? What's the next one down? At -1.
Negative 1 seconds, the engine throttle is at 0% and the accelerator pedal is also 0%.
And what's happening with the master cylinder pressure?
It's increased to 90.5 bar.
So we're on the brake pedal harder,
Getting harder, yes, sir.
getting harder, right?
Yes, sir.
So we're still into the burger, and where are we at that point?
I'll call it halfway between the last point and the next point.
Okay, so he's still on the brakes,
Correct?
okay? So now we go down to 0.5, and we have engine throttle of
0% and accelerator at 0%.
master cylinder pressure,
113.3
and the service brake,
is on,
and the ABS.
is also activated.
What does that tell you?
That he's pushing on the brake harder and he's overcoming the friction of the roadway.
Okay. Now, let's talk about this -170, okay? You have to explain it to me because I don't, it takes me a while because there's counterclockwise and clockwise.
Correct.
Right? So if it's at negative, if we're facing this way and it's at -170, how far down do I have the wheel?
Well, it's turned 170 degrees from 0.
So
to
top
the
being
right.
0.
To top, well, if you had your hands this way and this was 0, it's about a half a turn of the wheel to the right.
For
Okay.
the record, I think he did 10 and 2 and then turned his hands right.
Well,
on.
almost over, correct,
Right. So there's my point. They're almost over, right?
correct.
So that is a really sharp turn.
That's correct.
Would that happen if you hit a curb?
It could, but in this case, I don't think so.
Why not?
Because the event shows at 0, there's still things going on from there. So
But-
you've got another half second of data.
But Sergeant Avery, you said you don't know exactly when it happened.
I don't know exactly which tire made it, but I'm leaning towards the right front tire causing the event.
Okay, but that's what you are leaning towards.
That's my opinion. Yes,
It's
sir.
your opinion, it's your guess.
No, that's my opinion.
Okay. But we have going into the parking lot, right? We have no acceleration, no engine throttle, no acceleration on the pedal, and we have braking to the point where the ABS kicks on, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you talked about the ABS and the fact that it allows you to continue to try to control the vehicle or have control over the vehicle still, correct?
That's correct.
Demonstrate to me again how fast. 1 second.
1 second.
So that's how long those ABS were on, right?
Correct.
And your testimony is that you should be able to maintain control of your vehicle for that second,
Correct.
and you should be able to control it, where it's going, and what's happening in a second.
Absolutely.
In a second.
Yes, sir.
Now, you did know in the video, the screenshots you pulled, number 10. I'm showing you People's Exhibit number 10. The significance of this one was because it demonstrates that his brake lights are on, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And it also demonstrates what?
The right front tire is making contact with the curb.
And at what second does that happen at?
That's at 0.
How do you know that?
Because if that's where it woke up, that is where the algorithm starts running, and that's where the vehicle position as well as Mr. Sterling would be.
Did you note that in your report? That this screenshot is at that point?
Yes, that's where all the measurements are taken from.
Okay. Sergeant Avery, how long have you been with the Michigan State Police? I know you testified to it.
Since January of 1995,
And you've been in this unit for over how many years?
about 20 years.
Okay. So is it safe to say you've been off the road for a little bit?
That's true, yes, sir.
So you don't, you aren't involved in, I mean, unless there's a rare circumstance, you're not involved in high-speed pursuits?
Not on the driving side of it, but I end up on the crash side of it when it happens, yes, sir.
And is it routine for you to investigate Michigan State Police accidents?
It is.
And how many of those accidents are Michigan State Police officers or law enforcement officers that involve a pedestrian?
Over 20 years, I don't know, maybe 5, 6, maybe 10 at the most, if you include bicycles.
Okay. And accidents happen, correct?
Crashes happen, yes, sir.
That's the new phrase.
Correct.
Crashes.
Correct.
If a vehicle, let's back up and talk about the weather. I know you noted that you live in the area and that you, when you were responding, you drove through a heavy rainstorm, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you, were you working that day?
I was.
Okay, but you were at your house?
I was, yes, sir.
How far away from it, I know you talked, but let's talk about the crow flies. How far away from the scene actually are you?
I think it was about 11 or 15 miles for me to get here today, so it's, I would say 10 to 15 miles.
Okay. Did you know that it had rained earlier that day?
I did.
Did you watch any video of the rain?
I did not.
Did you know that there is video of the rain?
I do.
But you chose not to review it?
I just found out this morning.
Wouldn't that be important to know?
No, not necessarily, because I can see in the body cam what the weather looks like as well as the road conditions look like at the time of the crash. So what it was doing prior to that and what it did after, I know what it did after that, but I've got a pretty good handle on what was going on with when the crash happened.
But you didn't look into the weather conditions before?
Oh, 100% I did, yeah. I looked at it on the body cams, yes.
Okay. But did you do anything else besides look at it on the body cams?
No.
Did you look at any still photos that were taken at the time of the scene as it was going on?
Well, outside of the body cams, no.
Okay.
Or I guess I looked at the video from inside the restaurant as well.
If there are standing puddles on the pavement at the time of the incident in the Burger King parking lot, is your testimony today that that would have absolutely no relevance or bearing on your opinion?
No. What my testimony was, it would have minimal bearing on the drag factor to the roadway.
Describe that for somebody who doesn't know what minimal and drag factors are.
Drag factors are the stickiness of the road, so it's the friction of the road that allows us to accelerate, decelerate, or turn the vehicle. So in this case, a slight reduction in the stickiness of the road would allow the driver the car's not going to spin out or anything like that, like it's on ice. Ice has a very low drag factor. Pavement has a much higher drag factor.
Standing water?
Standing water it's actually both, because once you oversaturate the tires, then you can potentially hydroplane. So, but it takes a lot of speed and a lot of water to do that.
So, Sergeant Avery, if I understand correctly, is that your data actually demonstrates that the vehicle that Detective Sergeant Keely was driving was actually slowing down with the brakes applied to the point that the ABS kicked on at the time of this incident?
Slowing down substantially, yes, sir.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, 1 second. All right, we're set. Sorry, Judge.
Ms. Tussar, do you have additional cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. You said it's slowing down, but he's still able to steer.
That's
right?
correct. Yes, ma'am.
And looking at exhibit number 7, he's able to make a 170-degree turn to the right, which is the same direction in exhibit number 10, where Mr. Sterling is at.
It's a total of 170 degrees, but yes, ma'am.
He goes from 55 to 170.
Correct.
And he doesn't turn back the other way to 40 degrees until after the photograph in exhibit 5.
That's correct.
And again, exhibit 5 is that right rear tire hitting the curb.
That's correct.
Mr. Sterling is pinned between Sergeant Keely's car and the wall.
Yes, ma'am.
And you indicated the markings on the wall was consistent with the color of the blue jeans he had on.
Yes, ma'am.
So Mr. Sterling was in the way of Officer Keely's car from hitting the wall.
That's correct.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Do you have an additional question, Mr.
Yes, Your Honor,
Curtis?
thank you. So, actually, Sergeant Avery, the last turn that Mr. Keely made was back to the left.
That's
right?
correct.
Because
Yes,
he
sir.
went from 170 to 40.
No, he went from 170 turned to the
Negative 140.
to negative 40.
Negative 40. Sorry, I said 140. I apologize.
So it's a 130 degrees to the left turn.
So he went back the other way.
Correct.
Okay. I want to show you, this is your picture. Exhibit number 5. Wait for the judge to find that.
Got it.
I want to draw your attention, and we need our glasses on this one, okay? Can you see what's underneath that car?
Are you talking about the puddle?
That's what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
okay.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any additional direct examination, Ms. Tucson? All right. May this witness step down.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Will the people call additional witnesses at this time?
We have no additional witnesses at this time.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Sergeant Avery. I had a clarifying question
Oh,
for you,
okay.
if you would not mind.
No, not at all.
And I will re-swear you as I've already released you.
Okay.
Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
I held this in my hand during those last several rounds of questions just to make sure I didn't forget. I am looking at the People's Exhibit number 12.
Okay, there's
So
been a lot of those.
there
You're gonna have to.
are. For your reference, this is the one that has everything at the half-second
Okay.
increments. Okay, and then there are these triangles right here that start at what is listed as area of first contact with Sterling. That is this. On your bird's eye view, that's the top.
Well, those are two different.
Okay, so up here, my question is only this. These arrows, does that mark the actual trajectory of the vehicle that Sergeant Detective Keely was driving?
Those are the distances. I don't know exactly what the path of travel is.
Okay, so you don't know, like, for example, if he came through here by the Planet Fitness, or if he came on Eastern, or on 52nd and then turned.
I know that from Trooper Ellis's body cam that he comes from behind him through that alleyway into the drive-through exit, I guess. But as far as where he was in relationship behind the Kentucky Fried Chicken or anything like that, I don't know exactly where he was there.
Okay, you're just not able to give that. You just
I don't know. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know.
That's fine. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Is that it, Your Honor?
Yes,
Okay,
thank you. All right, the people have indicated that they do not have an additional witness. Would the defense call a witness at this time?
Can I have one moment?
Yes?
We do not, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Then either Mr. Patterson or Ms. Tussar, I will hear the closing argument.
Yes, Your Honor. As the court is aware, Mr. Brian Keely is charged in complaint with second-degree murder as well as charged with involuntary manslaughter. This court has already stated on the record prior to us proceeding that this is a probable cause hearing. Probable cause hearing requires that the people show that there's probable cause to believe that the elements of second-degree murder as well as the elements of involuntary manslaughter show that a crime was committed, and people are also required to show probable cause that Detective Sergeant Brian Keely is the one who committed the crime. I would direct the court's attention to the jury instructions for second-degree murder. It requires that the people show the following elements. First, the defendant caused the death of Mr. Samuel Sterling. That is, that Mr. Samuel Sterling died as a result of the crash between the vehicle driven by Brian Keely and the hitting of Samuel Sterling. You heard the testimony of the witnesses here today. Specifically, you heard from Detective Eagan, who stated that Brian Keely was the one who was driving the Hyundai Palisade vehicle. You had the testimony also from Sergeant Tubergen, who stated that he spoke to Brian Keely, and Brian Keely stated that he was not injured and the airbags from his vehicle did not deploy. The court is also aware, at least circumstantially, that the airbags did not deploy on the vehicle that the court has seen in the various videos as well as the still shots. Second, the people have to show that the defendant had one of these three states of mind. Either he intended to kill, or he intended to do great bodily harm to Samuel Sterling, or he knowingly created a very high risk of death or great bodily harm, knowing that death or such harm would be the likely result of his actions. The people believe that probable cause has been shown, at least for purposes of this record and for this hearing, that at a minimum, Detective Sergeant Brian Keely knowingly created a very high risk of death or great bodily harm, knowing that death or such harm would be the likely result of his actions. Now, where do we get that from? Or what is the evidence that suggests that? Well, I would suggest that, Judge, even if you set aside the different various factors, that being the speed of the vehicle, the brakes of the vehicle, how many seconds, things of that nature. At a minimum, what we know is that Detective Sergeant Brian Keely intentionally turned his vehicle in the direction of Samuel Sterling. We know that. He turned his vehicle in the direction of Samuel Sterling. Now, did he turn his vehicle in that direction for the purpose of trying to apprehend him with the rest of his team? Yes. Was Detective Sergeant Brian Keely's intention to cut him off? Probably was. But the issue here is whether he knowingly created a high risk that death or great bodily harm. Notice that the third prong doesn't say that he has to knowingly create just a very high risk of death. It's a very high risk or great bodily harm. And I would submit that at a minimum, probable cause has been shown that anytime anyone drives a vehicle towards another person, a vehicle that weighs thousands of pounds, and you're getting within feet or inches of that person, you are knowingly creating a very high risk of death or great bodily harm. Keep in mind that this situation, Detective Sergeant Brian Keely driving towards Samuel Sterling, was for a warrant, a felony warrant. And we're talking about a carrying a concealed weapon, felony possession. You have testimony on this record from the officers that they did surveillance on Samuel Sterling. They were watching his house. There was no indication. The officers indicated that there was no evidence or no indication to them that on that particular day, and that's the day that we're worried about. That's the day that we're concerned about. On April 17, 2024, Samuel Sterling did not have a gun. He did not have a weapon. Detective Eagan, they're watching him. The whole team is watching. He had no gun. He had no weapon. There's no evidence, no indication that he took a gun from the house, put it in the car. There's no indication that there was any weapon. In fact, the car was searched. There was no gun in the car. There was no indication that Samuel Sterling had a weapon on his person. You saw the video. They checked his person. No weapons whatsoever. So what is the crisis? There's no indication, this court heard nothing that any individual person was in danger. This was simply about apprehending a person they decided to arrest on that day. And Detective Sergeant Brian Keely, along with his team members who are giving chase, decided to use his vehicle as a way to apprehend. He created a situation where someone could and did, in this particular case, got hurt and died. The third element of second-degree murder is that the killing was not justified, excused, or done under circumstances that reduce it to a lesser crime. Now, I can't predict, nor am I going to try to predict what Mr. Curtis is going to say, if anything, regarding this. But at a minimum, whatever accident, puddles, breaks, that's all a question of fact. That's a question of fact to determine whether it was dangerous to turn your vehicle, to use it to apprehend a person. It just raises a question of fact. Not a dismissal, not a this is not murder too. Evidence has been presented here to suggest that a jury should decide whether using that SUV on that day constitutes murder in the second degree. Mr. Keely is also charged with involuntary manslaughter. The elements for involuntary manslaughter are: 1, a death caused by the defendant. Well, we've heard the testimony and the evidence of that. 2, without legal justification or excuse. Arguably, there's no legal justification for using your vehicle to apprehend this individual. One could argue, one could make the suggestion. I'm pretty sure there are people that believe it, that Mr. Brian Keely, at a minimum, intentionally turned his vehicle towards him. I won't go as far as to say that he intentionally decided that he was going to run him over, but he intentionally turned his vehicle towards him in a way that was grossly negligent. No one uses their vehicle to apprehend a person that's on foot without creating a dangerous situation. The third element of involuntary manslaughter is that while the defendant was acting in a grossly negligent manner or while committing an unlawful act that was inherently dangerous to human life. We all know, and again, apologize for even being repetitive here, but we know how dangerous cars can be to individuals. We're not talking about a situation, Judge, where a car is going down the street. You could be driving down a residential street and a kid or even an adult runs out into the street to retrieve some item, whether it be a ball, whether it be just anything, balloon, bat, whatever the case may be, and the individual driving down the street doesn't have enough time to stop from hitting that particular individual. That's not what we have here. What we have here is Detective Sergeant Brian Keely intentionally turned his vehicle towards an individual for the purpose of apprehending. He turned his vehicle to the right towards that Burger King. It was an act that was inherently dangerous to human life. I would also cite the case of People versus Hess, which clearly states that accident is not a defense to involuntary manslaughter. It's simply not. Even if anyone wants to argue that it was an accident, it's not a defense to involuntary manslaughter. Why? Because we're talking about gross negligence. And accidents get prosecuted all the time. Every last drunk driving case that happens in this state where someone dies, it is an accident. No drunk driver decides that I'm going to get in my car, go get drunk, and then intentionally hit someone. They get drunk, they drive, someone dies, it's an accident. It does not stop there from being repercussions or charges for that particular act. In fact, those drivers get charged with murder too all the time, depending on the circumstances. I believe, based on the evidence that's been presented, that we have shown minimum standard, minimum amount of evidence that is necessary to have this court bind the defendant over on the charge of murder in the second degree, as well as the charge of involuntary manslaughter. It is simply a question of fact for a jury to decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Mr. Curtis.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have to take a second because Mr. Patterson just kind of surprised me with one of his statements. Is that anyone who chases an individual with their vehicle creates a dangerous situation. That's just the way it happens. The reason that draws me concern is because if that's the statement, then every officer who works in this state, according to them, should never, ever chase a suspect using a vehicle. That means that law enforcement should never get out of their cars. They should never chase down wanted fugitives unless they are on foot. That they're not allowed to use vehicles while they're carrying their 30 pounds of gear and their bulletproof vests and their jackets to put themselves either ahead of a suspect or to assist other officers who may become winded, or when they get to that suspect, to be able to relieve them. That was a shocking statement. That sends a chilling effect. These officers put their lives on the line every day for us. They put on the badge, they put on the vest, they put on everything that they have to do and leave their families and go home. That's what they do. They, under DOS, are allowed to, the court looks at them as if an officer, now DOS is 406, MISH 102, is what an ordinary, prudent, and intelligent person with knowledge and in the situation of the arresting officer would have deemed necessary under the circumstances. At this point in time, Detective Sergeant Keely, working as the U.S. Marshals on the U.S. Marshals Task Force as a duly authorized special deputy, is assigned to an individual that has come to their attention because nobody else has been able to necessarily get him. They've tried. He's a dangerous suspect. There's weapons offenses to believe are involved. You heard the briefing as to what happened, even to the point where Mr. Sterling threatened his own father with a weapon and threatened police if they try to stop him. All this knowledge is known when they're going into this. They try to stop Mr. Sterling. What does Mr. Sterling do? He doesn't put up his hands. He doesn't say, okay. He takes off running. He follows through with what he said. He's not going to get caught. He's not going back. And he's going to have it out with the police if he has to. So they're all in pursuit. Detective Sergeant Keely isn't the only one who pursues him in his vehicle. Detective Sergeant Eagan even says that he was pursuing him in his vehicle and went a different direction. There's video of Detective Sergeant Eagan's body cam video of another vehicle, the Equinox that pulls in, another vehicle that then gets out and then starts pursuing Mr. Sterling. There were several detectives in several different cars that were pursuing Mr. Sterling. The issue we have here, and I appreciate the AG's office, but the controlling case here is People versus Getty. And it's 457 Mishaft 442. It defines the elements of second-degree murder as one, a death. We're not denying that. The death of any individual is a tragedy. No one should ever lose their child. No one should ever have to suffer the death of a family member. And that is something that we regret. There was a death caused by an act of the defendant. Here's the issue that we seem to skip over. With malice, there has to be an intent. There has to be malice without justification or excuse. Malice is defined as the intent to kill, the intent to cause great bodily harm, or the intent to do an act in wanton and willful disregard of the likelihood that the natural tendency of such behavior is to cause death or great bodily harm. They haven't established that. They want to claim they have. But even their own expert, Mr. Avery, Sergeant Avery, who they're relying on to say was that he turned the wheel and this was the turn, still couldn't necessarily define between whether it was the wheel hitting the curb, the back wheel hitting the curb, or what made that turn. They're relying heavily on that. The problem with it is it still doesn't show intent. It doesn't show malice. This court, not this court, but the Supreme Court, Michigan Supreme Court, has said that malice is a necessary element. There has to be a wanton and willful disregard of the likelihood that the natural tendency of the defendant's behavior will cause death or great bodily harm. That this defendant, Sergeant Keely, intended or knew that what he was doing was going to cause great bodily harm or death. How do we show that he doesn't have that? He's on the brakes from the second he enters that parking lot. If he had malice and had a wanton willful disregard and was just going after him, why is he on the brakes? Why is he on the brakes so hard right at the end? There was no intent. There was no malice. This isn't a situation where a wanted felon who's been on the run for 2 years, who has multiple weapons violation warrants, basically, has to be caught and apprehended by the U.S. Marshal's Office, by their task force. That isn't, the impact team couldn't do it. So they called for the guys, that's their job. This is what they do. They do this on a daily basis. And they do it to the point even MPAC testified, they do it where they use their vehicles all the time in this situation. So now to stand up and say that that behavior is now an immediate second-degree murder charge if somebody gets hit, it doesn't carry the day. They haven't met the elements necessary, even for a trier of fact. They need to meet malice. They don't even meet that. That's one of the things, he skipped right over it when he's making his argument. Doesn't even talk about it. Why? Because they don't have it, and they don't want it. So at this point, Judge, when you look at this and you look at the involuntary, it is grossly negligent. What is grossly negligent? The whole argument is still the same as if you're looking at the second degree. There has to be an act that is so egregious that it shocks the conscience that it even happened. That Detective Sergeant Keely disregarded everything so much and acted in such a reckless manner and was so grossly negligent that it caused the death of Mr. Sterling. The problem is, again, the evidence demonstrates he was on the brakes hard, trying to stop. That doesn't show gross negligence. That shows me somebody who's trying to stop. Now, to use Mr. Patterson's example of the person who's driving down the street and the ball comes out in front and the person locks up the brakes, that's an accident. Detective Sergeant Keely was on the brakes. He was trying not to hit Mr. Sterling. There was no malice. There was no intent. There was no gross negligence. They haven't proven those points today before even to get up to a trier of fact, because they haven't presented the evidence to show it. So on that, I ask you to dismiss all charges.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Mr. Patterson?
Yes.
Are you seeking to make rebuttal?
Just briefly, Judge. Judge, as it relates to murder in the second degree, I've read to the court what is the current jury instruction for murder second degree. It comes from Michigan Criminal Jury Instruction 16.5 for second degree murder. I read to the court what the elements are for murder in second degree. That third prong of second degree murder talks about that he knowingly created. That is all that has to be shown. That he knowingly created a very high risk of death or great bodily harm, knowing that death or such harm would be the likely result of his actions. That is what Detective Sergeant Brian Keely did. He knowingly turned his vehicle towards Samuel Sterling for the purpose of trying to apprehend him. He created a high situation of death or great bodily harm. That's number one. Number two, the cases out there support this. Even if we reference U.S. cases, Tennessee versus Garner, which essentially stands for the primary ruling that a police officer may use deadly force to prevent the escape of a fleeing suspect only if the officer has a good faith belief that the suspect poses a significant threat of death or serious physical injury to the officer or others. You heard testimony in this case that Samuel Sterling did not have a weapon. They did not see him with a weapon. The only thing that was occurring is that Samuel Sterling was running. But it did not get to a point where it was necessary to use a vehicle to stop. As relates to Mr. Curtis's point that this has a chilling effect on law enforcement, no it does not. No it does not. This court, for this particular hearing, saw two different officers go after Samuel Sterling in their vehicle. But they didn't turn their vehicles toward him for the purpose of using the vehicle to stop. Detective Eagan drove his vehicle and got to the Burger King and got out. Trooper Ellis drove his vehicle, got to the Burger King and got out, which is why their body-worn cameras was able to capture Detective Sergeant Brian Keely's vehicle going into Samuel Sterling, pinning him against that Burger King there on that day. There is no suggestion by anyone, no one from the Department of Attorney General that would say any law enforcement officer should not use their vehicle to try and capture someone who they're trying to apprehend. What the position that we're taking is that Detective Sergeant Brian Keely shouldn't have used his vehicle to directly try and apprehend him, i.e. turn his vehicle towards him where then he comes into contact with him, subsequently killing him there at the Burger King. The question of fact has been presented for both particular charges. Accident is no defense to involuntary manslaughter. Accident wouldn't even be a defense to murder in the second degree. The evidence suggests that Detective Sergeant Brian Keely made a decision to use the vehicle, and it was the wrong decision. It was simply the wrong decision to use it in that fashion. And that is why we find ourselves here today, and the evidence suggests that he should be bound over on both counts.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Thank you, counsel, for your well-prepared presentations today. Thank you to all in the gallery for your respect during this lengthy proceeding. It has been a long afternoon, and I'm sure it hasn't escaped anyone that it's almost 6 o'clock. Though it may be a disappointment, I am going to reserve my ruling until I have had opportunity to review the videos. The first 11-minute video was played only one time, and I think it behooves me to view it once more in contrast and in conjunction with the evidence that was in fact later presented. And so I am not going to make a ruling today on the issue of probable cause for bindover. Instead, I am inviting everyone to appear on Zoom August 22nd at 3:30 p.m. to hear my findings. I wish it could be sooner. However, I'm at a conference for most of the rest of the next week. I think I heard Mr. Curtis say there is a hearing in the federal matter on the 20th of August. Was that correct, Mr. Curtis?
21st at 9 a.m.
21st at 9 a.m. My findings will be prepared regardless of the outcome of that. Only if I have received an order of removal will we not appear on that day. But again, that will be by Zoom, and I will enter my findings at that time. We're adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.